Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
That was doing commentary on the kids.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican for from saying. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Alrighty, there we go. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict, and I'm back. Oh my goodness, it seems like I've been gone forever. I don't have any water though, and I need water desperately. Welcome to Podcast Thursday. We finally made it back on the air. The semi-trucks are out to get me, guys. The semi-trucks, the drivers, they're out to get me. I don't know what they have against this channel, but they keep taking out the power pole in front of our house, and that's where my internet comes through. So after saying some stern things to my internet provider on the interwebs, I have to say big shout out to Joshua Gray, my technician at Metronet, who stopped by with his crew of 6 trucks. That's 5 Metronet trucks plus a bucket truck, and reinstalled 900 feet of fiber from way down the road all the way back to my house, spliced it into my modem, and we are back on the air with a beautiful, beautiful high-speed connection that should not buffer at all. Zero buffering. Were they able to climb the pole? No. They put the ladder up against that pole, and they said, it's wiggling a little much. And by wiggling, I mean the top half's wiggling, the bottom half isn't. And they said, bring the bucket truck. I'm not climbing that thing. So yes, that pole is going to be replaced eventually. But that's not Metronet's problem. That's on Brightspeed. Good morning. I'm sorry I missed the sentencing. That was terrible. I still have not seen it. Put chat on the screen. I will right now with... Let's start with this one. Erica, 843, first in chat says hi, and then immediately afterwards she's like, oh no, what did I just do? Erica, it's too late. It's too late because you done it. You're first in chat, and you're going to be sentenced to internet ownership. Good news for you. It's brand new. It's brand spanking new, at least on my end, so you shouldn't have too many problems. You should be great there. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Let's rewatch on 1.5 speed. We were like 5 minutes before the verdict when he decided to boom hit the pole. Oh my goodness. How do I say this one? First of all, thank you, Sharon, for putting this together. Eki? Do I say Eki? Somebody help me with the pronunciation here, because the 1121, Kate Williams, Queen Swope, Keith, Demi, Sean White, like the Sean White, EF Band Mom. That's a lot. That's a lot for the birthday song. Can you imagine another semi hit the pole today? No, Katia, but I am seriously thinking about setting up a live stream, 24/7 live stream on the side of my house from my roof with a pan tilt zoom camera that just watches that intersection, because the stop signs and the telephone poles get hit on a regular basis. Yeah. Let's get the birthday stuff taken care of, because we don't want these people to have to wait any longer than they already have. So we're going to sing to Eki, Kate Williams, Queen Swope, Keith, Demi, Sean White, and EF Band Mom, all in one verse. By we, I mean that's everybody. Meg's Law. Yes, you can have your birthday today as well. We can include you on there as well. Meg's Law. let's go ahead. I'm going to say Eki. I'm not sure if it's pronounced right or not, but we're going to do that, and I'm going to tack Meg's Law on the end. This is not me singing to everybody. This is you singing with me to those who are celebrating. So everyone, please stand up where you are. Take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. That was probably the best one yet. It was like on pitch and everything. We're going to sing happy birthday to these amazing people, and then we're going to kick off our day of court watching. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, EK 1121, Kate Williams, Queen Swope, Keith, Demi, and Sean White. Happy birthday to you. So now we have to do E.F. Banbaum and Meg's Law on verse number 2. Feeling it? Feel the rhythm? Here we go. Dancers, keep it up. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, E.F. Banbaum and Meg's Law. Happy birthday to you. I don't think we missed anybody. I think we got everybody. Congratulations. Happy birthday. For your birthday, I got new internet for me. So, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. I realize that everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, it's your special day. It's amazing. There are a million places you could be, a million people you would have chosen to be with, but instead you chose to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Thank you very much. Hopefully it's not too late for free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, IHOP, Village Inn, Andy's Bar and Grill. Just Andy's Grill. No bar there. It seems like it needs a bar. I've never been eaten there yet. I need to go there and say, look, I talk about you every day. You need a bar. Not that I drink, but so you know. Every day I get buffering only on this channel. It makes no sense. Probably because we're the channel that's putting out the highest quality signal on the internet. And the interwebs just can't handle it. Kay in South Carolina. No birthday, but today is my 54th anniversary. That's awesome. Starbucks, free drink through the app on your birthday. Free cookie at Crumble. Free car at the car dealership. No, that's not a thing. I wish it was. But I think we're getting to the drum solo. Here we go. There it was. I missed it. Do you guys get it? I missed like the first 3 beats. I thought we had one more verse. I see you guys all hit it. You get a car and you get a car. Yes, Jessica Sunny. No free cars on your birthday, unfortunately. I am back in my happy place. Did my parcel arrive? Shadow, it did. It arrived right here. And let me show you what Shadow sent. And thank you, by the way. I know this was not cheap to make and not cheap to send. Thank you very much. The grand reveal. Unwrap it and show it right back here. Recovery Addict on air podcast. The Little Man in the Corner. Little Man in the Corner is what it is. It's a beautiful. It's a metal. It's like a metallic, thick plaque, acrylic plaque. It's like a metal back with acrylic. Beautiful neon sign. Looks amazing. A little on-air sign. You guys can't see it. I'm looking at it. It looks great. It's right here. See that? Let's autofocus. And go full screen. How about that? There you go. And turn off. We'll get this. We'll get this. There we go. There we go. It is beautiful. Now I need to find a place to put it. For right now, it's going to be on the side of my studio. I'm thinking if I clear out Mrs. R.A.'s books off this shelf, there's no way she'll let me do that. But if I clear out those books, I'll have room for it. We'll try. Thank you very much, Shadow. That is awesome. You got the Little Man in the Corner plaque, which is great. Oh, okay. I'm not going to make you rewatch the sentencing. I apologize. Well, I don't apologize. I don't want to make you have to rewatch the verdict and the sentencing. I will watch that on my own time. You guys come here for the latest and greatest of whatever's happening in true crime, and I'd like to give you that today. And because of that, we're not going to go back. At least it's my intent not to go back. Just put our books on the kitchen counter. Yeah, that'll go over well. And then I'll be my pillow will be on the downstairs couch. That's how it's going to go. Okay, it's 100 degrees in here. I kid you not. I'm going to sweat to death. Just 1 second. One of the... All right. Sorry, my son had to tell me that he does not like doing division the hard way. They're doing some math this morning, and he's learning a new way to do division. Not a fan. All right. Good morning, good afternoon. Well, it's early, but I think we're just going to work through lunch if that's all right. Angela, may your cables be good to you. May your road be free of internet killing trucks. And so thankful you were back so quick. Angela, I made a decision. Every month I try to do something to improve the channel, to either make it so I can bring you better content, more content, faster content, things like that. So that's why we have the replay machine. Yesterday I made the decision early. It was already on my list, but I wanted a backup internet option. And yesterday I got Starlink because that truck was the last straw. I can't hear you. I got Starlink because that was the last straw. So I have a Starlink mini panel. The good news about that is I'm getting a box that I can ship it in. And if needed, I can send this out with a live view to courthouses so that in addition to the 4 internet or the 4 cellular connections, it will have one Starlink connection, which should be a nice high-speed internet connection anywhere we go. So, and I can turn off Starlink. It won't cost me anything until I need it, and then it's a good deal that way. So it saved us. It got our kids through schoolwork yesterday, but it wasn't enough to live stream because I didn't get the right cable. So I need one more cable, but I'll get that and we'll be good. Cable Addict could be a shorts channel that covers your updated tech. It would have to be Long's channel because my cables are long and I have a lot of them. Francis, shout out to Metronet. Joshua Gray, his crew was out here. I gave him 5 stars on the review already. They showed up. They had my internet fixed in less than 24 hours after a semi-truck hit the pole. That is quick. What is Starlink? Starlink is a satellite internet service that is through the company that Elon Musk built. It uses all those satellites that got launched up into the sky, the hundreds and hundreds of them, and it gives you internet from basically anywhere in the country. If you can see the sky, you can get internet. Thank you, Josh. Let's see. Hey, Josh, that one they just did jury selection, right? That was jury selection yesterday. Might jump to this for just a minute here. I got Starlink 2, live on an acreage, never had a problem. I think Ari needs to take stock in a cable company. I think it's worse than that, Evangeline Light. I need to invest in Kennecott Copper, the people who dig the copper out of the ground that's made into cables. I think I'm the single greatest user of copper in the world with all my wires. Let's see. Oh my goodness. A killer in Austin. They've been pulling bodies out of the river. That is terrible. Jury selection tomorrow. Yes, trial. Jury selection yesterday, trial today. I think is what you mean. Okay, we might jump up to Thurston, Washington for another jury trial then, because it's we love watching some of our Thurston courts. Let's see. Starlink is awesome. Our only internet option. The reason I got the mini, and I'll take it off my roof here in a minute because I don't need it right now. But it's just sitting up on top of my roof. I climbed out my window and set it on the fake balcony. The reason I got that one is because it can be installed in the sunroof of my car, like on the roof, and I can anywhere I drive, I could have internet, and that is worth it for me. A day or two trials, so a good choice. That would get us to the weekend. Explain what's happening with Lori Daybell stuff. Evangeline, I don't know as far as the court motions what happened, but what I did hear about, and I'm really worried about in the Lori Vallow case in Arizona, is that this last hearing was televised, and the cameras and the mics were hot and picked up every whisper from her table. And as much as I love microphones that can pick up every sound in a courtroom, that's a no-no, and that's the sort of thing that gets us kicked out of court. And I know Lori knows about this. That she already won some things in court. She was the reason why Court TV, the camera for Court TV zoomed in too close to Lori Vallow in Idaho, and that's why we got kicked out and got audio only in that trial. So she knows all about getting the media in trouble, and I'm worried that might happen again in the Arizona trial. No one's streaming the camp trial. I've only seen. Is he the shot the boyfriend and then 8 minutes later shot him again? Is that the one you're talking about? Is that the camp trial? Yes. Okay. The story of that one basically is you've got a Dunkin' Donuts manager who met this girl and that she like broke it off with him for a little while and went to somebody else, then came back, and the ex, one of them, I forget which one it was, the new boyfriend or the old boyfriend, the ex showed up at the current boyfriend's and broke into the house, and there was a fight between the two men. The girl calls the police. She hears a gunshot. One guy was shot in the stomach. The attacker, I believe, was shot in the stomach, and then 8.5 minutes later, she hears another gunshot, and he's shot in the back of the head. The first one, prosecutors say is self-defense. The second one, they say is manslaughter. So we'll look for that. I don't think it's being televised. Let's see. I'll check and see. Melanie Little has it. Let's see where it's coming from. Let me do a quick search on the internet because I can today. I think Court TV was there. Let's see. Somebody's calling me. I think it's my internet. You're welcome. Bye. Okay. So that was the company that owns the telephone pole. And they just called to say, hey, we just got a message that that your internet is down. We need to get it fixed. And so tell us your account number. I'm like, no, my internet's back up because I have Metronet. They've already fixed it in the time you took to respond. You thought I was a customer of yours. I'm not. My internet provider's already fixed it. But your pole is about to fall into the street. And it's so bad that my guys couldn't even climb the pole. They wouldn't even climb the pole because they were afraid it was going to snap off and fall into the road. So you better come out and fix it before it does snap off and fall into the road. So they're like, okay, we'll do that. All right. Lisa Pye, been working all week. Congrats on the fastest recovery from a broken cable ever. Yes, I'm super happy about that. I was worried. Natalie O, props to your internet company. Glad you're back up. Yes. It's good to be back. All right. We were talking about, I was looking. I just knocked a water bottle over on my laptop. The same one that I've knocked a water bottle over on before, but the lid was on this one. So we're good. I'm not seeing anyone with the Brian Camp live stream. Maybe Court TV has it off YouTube. Let's see. WWLP has clips of it. Western Mass News has covered it in the past as well. I'm not seeing anybody with it live. There might be problems with that case. I mean, like, something's fishy type of problems. I know some people are saying that it's an unjust prosecution. I think the fact that there's 8 minutes difference is enough to at least take a look at what happened between the two gunshots. I'm not seeing it. Nothing. Filter. Live. There's nothing on Brian Camp Live that I can see. Melanie had it from Court TV. Yeah. Okay, give us a second to get up to, I think we're going up to Thurston today. I've got all the Brian Koberger documents to read. And by all, I mean all. There are a bunch that were filed since about the 13th that we have not gone over yet. And it's deserving of that. Lots is happening here. Where was I looking for? Thurston County, Washington courts. I think it's court 4. Let me check. Is it 3? Oops, I broke everything. Sorry. No. Hang on one sec. Let's see if this one's it. Yeah, this is it. It's Fort. It's 4. Okay, do I need to translate? Let me just take a quick screenshot. Adam and Greeners. I'm literally gonna just you realize I do have some basic knowledge of Morse code. And I can see the dits and das, and I might crack that. Okay. All right. So yesterday in Thurston, Washington, I was just going to show you just a little peek at what we had here. We have
charged with
jury
two
selection.
crimes, and I'll let you know what those are, but he's obviously represented by his attorney, Mr. Smith, and you met those and met Brenda. Now, so Mr. Lewis is charged, as I said, with two crimes. One is called reckless driving, and the other is called reckless endangerment. And to those crimes, Mr. Lewis has entered a pleas of not guilty. And that means that all the issues are put into play and the state has the burden. The state has the burden to prove to you whether indeed Mr. Lewis did or did committed those crimes. So, right, so let's see. So I want you to keep in mind that these charges that are laid against Mr. Lewis are only accusations. They are not proof that the charges are true. And your decisions as the jurors must be made solely upon the evidence that's presented during trial. Again, he has entered a plea of not guilty, and what that means is that you, the jury, the folks who are picked to serve on the jury, you are the ones who decide whether the government, the state, has proved every element of each crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, the burden is on the state to prove that. Mr. Lewis, who is the defendant, he has no burden. He has no obligation then to prove that a reasonable doubt exists.
That gets us.
He has
that gets us through the basics of where we are in this trial. This was yesterday. Jury selection was yesterday. I don't know why they're short one chair. There's one guy out there in the back that's just standing. Maybe he's in the last position, which means he's probably never going to get picked. Lynn Godwin, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Brand new member. Lynn, you've been here a while, I think. That name looks familiar. I'm not sure why he did not get a chair. Apparently, you have to arrive early. We'll watch and see. Court should start here in the next little bit. Let's see. They streamed 24 minutes ago. Let's see which one this was. They just were getting started. Looks like they were just testing the live stream. So we'll watch and make sure that we catch that court as soon as it does start. But nothing yet. So maybe about 30 minutes. We're watching a reckless driving case, jury trial out of Thurston County, Washington. It's always about driving up there. That's like the, well, not always. Sometimes it's about, First Amendment rights and maybe second. Did we get a Second Amendment up there? Don't recall. Something is wrong with the colors on my... I'll leave it. I'll dig into that maybe on lunch. Well, we're not going to have lunch. Maybe tomorrow I'll fix the colors. Normally my shirt matches. It's not matching today. This is the last podcast day of the month. It is. Can you guys believe that Thanksgiving is like a week away? I guess now is the proper time. Maybe tonight at the podcast we need to have just general advice and reminders about safe ways for handling frozen turkeys or thawing turkeys, what to do with leftovers. We'll have that discussion. We need to talk about appropriate items to serve at Thanksgiving, which is going to be, obviously this is a U.S. holiday, but we're gonna follow it. Stretchy Pants affiliate links, we'll need those. Yes, call the Butterball hotline. The back view, I'm feeling a bit green. Oh, I can fix that one. I can fix that one from here. Hang on. Let's see. I need less green, so more red, right? Like, not this much red, but... Reset. Let's take a little of the graininess out. Add a little more blue. The funny thing is the back camera is right. Well, it's more right than the front. Yeah, we'll have to fix the front camera. It's my favorite shot. I like to see the techie stuff. I've added more techie stuff to the desk. Particularly, you can't see it down here unless I push the record button, but I have NAS storage right here, which is two SSD drives. These ones are 2 terabytes each, and I can pretty much fill up 1 terabyte a day. So when they're being written to, they let up red. When they're being read from, they turn green. And my HyperDecks record to them, and my editor edits from them, so I can edit live as I'm recording, which is how we do the live replays, the quick turnaround for watching slow motion, something like that. Killyo123, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Just don't drop the hard frozen 30-pound turkey into a bubbling hot peanut oil. Oh my goodness, Don. I think people die from that. That's not just like bad cooking practice. I think that's literally can be deadly. But we'll probably talk a little bit about Thanksgiving and the Turkey Day and everything else. Please see the bottom of the rundown, Thomas. Let's see. Let me look at the rundown here really quickly. November. There's the 14th. There's the 21st. Yes. Thomas, I'm super excited about that. We have Thanksgiving stuff on the rundown. So we will be talking about this and asking your opinions and input about Thanksgiving tonight. Podcast 8 o'clock tonight. I'm excited. The internet's going to be back up, so it's going to be great. So it is scripted. This is the script. Like everything we have is right there. There's half of it is a URL, a link to a story in case we need some information, and the rest is just the title of the story. That's the extent of the script. And usually we don't stick to it. Was my comment removed? Not that one, Ozzy. You might have said something that had a banned word in it. Ozzy. I have a big list of banned words, and sometimes we add words that normally wouldn't be a problem, like aren't a problem for YouTube, but are a problem based on where we are watching the trial or what's happening in another court at the same time. So we might add a couple words that way, and if it's political, there's a good chance it got banned, or if it has some political elements in it, that would usually not make it past the filter. But it's not anything the mods did. It's just the words that I put in. The mods don't even see those comments. They're gone. How do we know what the bad words are? I have a list of 188 of them, and I think if I published the list, it would ban my channel.
Birthday. You look good.
Every bad word you've ever heard or phrase, or half the Urban Dictionary is on the list. It's up there. I don't know. Maybe we can make like a members only spot on Facebook where you can see the banned word list. So, can us Canadians join tonight and talk about what we eat at our Thanksgiving? Of course, Holly Mac. Of course, we'd love to hear what you do in the true north. I feel this is a challenge. If you find a word that should be banned and isn't, usually the first time, Aussie, that probably got banned. The first time the word comes in, we add it to the list. So let's try. No. You're gonna get me in trouble, Schmoopy. No, let's not. Kids watch this show. Amber's quick to add to the blocked list. There have been times where we've added words like guilty, not guilty, NG, big capital G verdicts. Depending on what's happening and other things, we put those in to stop theirs from being spoilers. And usually after it's done, I'll go in and try to remove those. But occasionally I forget to take the words back out. Moist is not on the list. It probably should be. Yeah. Let's see. Kids are in school. They aren't watching. Some kids watch this as part of their school. I kid you not. I've had people reach out to me and say, when can we watch your channel? We're trying to teach our kids about the court process. And I said, well, let me wait and see if we find a trial about speeding, because normally we're talking about murder or worse. No, we try not to allow either of those. We just want clean chat that we're trying not to rile somebody up. If there's a word out there that you use that a good portion of the population would take offense to, let's find a hang on. Let's put you in a timeout for a little bit. Yeah, if you find a word and you want to use it here and you know it shouldn't be using it, you might lose privileges in chat. Okay, where are we at? We're trying to watch court, guys. I'm just excited to be back on the internet. Oh man, it's been a rough day. It's been a rough day. Keep your eyes peeled for those that are watching in Thurston County District Court 4. That's where we expect the verdict, the jury trial to begin. They need an automated program to change the words instead. Make every banned word pickles. The problem is, Jim Bob, if you have an automated program like that and a known switch, like you know what the fix is, you can actually get it to say bad things by making it fix to something else. It's, there's always a way to get around it. I'm fine with shirt happens. As a matter of fact, I think I want to make one of those shirts. Sidebar, need tips for baby colic. My daughter-in-law is going crazy. Was it peppermint? Somebody tell me if that's right. Was peppermint a cure for colic? Sinbad thought we bought a grill. No. It would be Schmidt happens. I think there's a W in there, Wogger. You need to fit a W, like Schmidt happens. Greeners, thank you for this clarification. I think you're absolutely right. I know as a baby I had colic really badly, but I don't remember doing it. But my mom eventually found the cure for me. Don't know if it's good for you. Gripe water? Yes on the peppermint. I thought it was peppermint. I think that's what my mom used for me. I've always liked peppermint ever since. You know what? As much as I like peppermint, my favorite thing to do with peppermint is mow over it with the lawnmower, because there is no other way you can get the intense dose of peppermint in the air that you get when you mow over it. And just like the aroma, it grows back. It takes like a day. Peppermint just like boom, it's back. The bush is back. But mowing it once is just like poof. It's like mace in the face, but with a good smell. It's good stuff. All right. Yeah, I'm not providing any medical advice or legal advice for that matter. So, report is not started yet. Thurston County is in Washington. It's on the west coast, so they are a little later in the day. I think we're going to have a noontime start maybe. We have mint that we can't get rid of. It's aggressive. I've got a plant in the corner of my yard with the little orange flowers. I've showed you. It's beautiful when it's in bloom. Oh my goodness. It's amazing. And it has a strong smell. It's not like catnip, but it's not mint either. It's like an apple mint or something. And it's taken over my yard. I don't think I can, catch up to that. Catnip. NIP. Like the it's like weed for cats. If we jump to Judge Simpson, we would miss the opening of this trial, and we're trying to catch the opening of this trial here. You're earlier in the day, not later. But you're later for us, Tomorrow Troy. Like it's still early for you, but it's much later for us. What's the trial? It's a reckless driving trial. Stevie, hope you get back in commission here soon. Hope you're feeling better. Here comes the time zone rant. Greeners, you know me too well. Lemon basil. Oh, my only problem with basil, I think it's basil. No, thyme. Basil's fine. I have no problems with basil. My problem with thyme, lemon thyme, beautiful smell. The plant is like, it's too twiggy and it's too small. Like it needs bigger leaves. That's it. Did the Washington area have a cyclone? A tornado over water? Culperistic. I didn't know what a body count was, and it's been constant temptation to innuendo and see how much slips past him. My goal is that I don't read it on screen. I know there's a lot on here that I see, and our mods catch a ton of it. I think Amber was the publishing editor for what's that? The modern dictionary. I forget what it was. The one that has all the innuendos in it. She knows everything. She won't miss it. Not a tornado over water, a bomb, cyclone, and atmospheric river. I'm going to go back to Weather 101, Thomas. You have to help me out. Urban Dictionary, that's it. Yes. Urban Dictionary by Amber is what I think the original version said. You have to prune lemon thyme back and it will bush out thicker. My mom had it growing in rocks because it's a good plant, the lemon thyme between rocks, like in a rock wall. It'll fill up that space. But then once it fills up the space, it just branches out and it will cover sidewalks. It will mat sidewalks and just cover everything. You have to trim it back with a weed eater. Lemon thyme is amazing. What would the rural dictionary be? We'll come down here to North Carolina, and we'll head back up in the woods a bit and talk to some folks, and you'll get the rural dictionary. Oh. Bomb cyclone is a low that drops 59 millibars in 24 hours. Whoa. Burn pile is in the rural dictionary. Severe winter storm, essentially a winter hurricane. So, are these ones that they persist across the country, or is it like a what happens when there's one of those vertical windstorms, like a microburst? Is it like a very pinpoint location, or is it an event that spreads and goes across through the currents, the air currents, the prevailing westerlies or whatever? Most common in the Pacific Northwest. I'm not there. 500,000 without power. Okay, it's one thing to be without power in a hurricane. It's another thing to be without power in a blizzard. Katia, yeah, I'll take it off the air if you want. But if you maybe wait till court starts, so we won't be just sitting here doing nothing. This is about a third of the conversation is mod chat, is them teaching me what words mean. Okay. Still nothing out of Thurston. When is that? Once court starts on the live stream, like it should be about 11 minutes from now. Yeah, I got the SNL reference. If they don't start soon, I'm going to start reading Brian Koberger documents. Thurston County houses the state capitol. They get power back first. That's where the bosses live. Let's read some Brian. Let me pull up a little one. We've got a couple short documents we can get into pretty quickly that you might like here. The first one, let's see if I can get this on the screen too. Yeah, I'll work on that. Skippy, I'm so happy. I showed you, they had 6 trucks, 5 work trucks and 1 bucket truck. And I don't pay them that much for internet. I don't know why they did it so quickly. Let's see, the first one we have, it's 2 pages. A lot of them are sealed, which is a bit of a problem. But okay, we had defendant's motion for leave. This was filed on the 13th of this month, so about a little over a week ago. From the defense comes now Brian Koberger buying through his attorneys of record and hereby moves the court for leave from the court's order, so asking for a variance or permission to deviate from the court's order governing further criminal proceedings and notice of trial setting, specifically the discovery motions deadlines of November 14th. Defense counsel investigators have not finished a full review of the vast amount of discovery in this case and will continue to do so. Counsel requests that this motion be set for a hearing in order to present oral argument, evidence, and or testimony in support thereof. Requested time is 1 hour. They want a 1 hour hearing to talk about how they need more time because they can't comply with the deadline that was the 14th. So they file this motion, asking for a motion. On the 15th, which is the day after the deadline, the judge files this. Before the court is defendant's naked motion for leave, in which he seeks relief from the discovery motions deadline of November 14th. November 14th is set forth in the governing scheduling order. Defendant asserts his counsel and investigators are still reviewing the vast amount of discovery in this case, and therefore he needs additional time to file motions related to discovery. Motions to enlarge a deadline filed on the eve of the deadline are not well taken. The state's discovery deadline was September 6th. Defendant could have ascertained far sooner whether the discovery motions deadline would pose a difficulty and brought it to the court's attention. Further, and importantly, defendant has not demonstrated with his filing good cause to enlarge the deadline. It has not set forth what efforts have been made to review the discovery, what portion of the discovery has not yet been reviewed, why it has not been reviewed, or how long it will take to complete such review. Consequently, his motion is denied. The court didn't even hold a hearing. And they said, no, we're not going to. This judge is not messing around. So we need more time to review everything. Did not fly well. Then they filed, let me count these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 motions to suppress. They filed these on the 14th, okay? And they said, we need more time so we can file more of these. So this is not all we want to file. Unfortunately, they've passed this deadline. I don't think they can file anymore without good reason. But they filed 14 motions to suppress, and the items or the things they want to hide are very telling. They want to hide genetic info. This is a DNA information that was, you remember how they like raided like the garbage or something in PA and got genetic info from his dad and linked to that. They want to suppress all the genetic information. They want to suppress Amazon information. You're like, why Amazon? I mean, the fact that somebody has Amazon Prime is not a crime, generally, but in this case, I think we've heard this. I forget where we heard it. I think we heard that he bought the K-bar style knife on Amazon. So they want that suppressed. They want to suppress information from his apartment. I wonder what's in his apartment. They want to suppress information from Apple. Apple and the Apple device is going to have a ton of information. They want to suppress the arrest warrant, AT&T's first warrant, cell phone data, Google searches, the pen trap device, the pen trap trace device information, person in Idaho under seal. I don't know who that is. Person in Pennsylvania, the white Hyundai, when he drove across the country in, and also, the crime scene, and 119 Lambston statements. They want all this. They basically want all the evidence suppressed and say, we don't want the evidence brought into this case. We're fine with you trying him, as long as it's not for with the death penalty attached. But don't bring in any evidence. This is not going to fly. If we start on the, let me start on the Amazon one, because I think that's the most interesting. Okay. Amazon is only 15 pages long. They file a motion suppressing all data found by law enforcement from his search of his Amazon.com account. The issues are Mr. Koberger has a privacy interest. You're invading my privacy. You can't look and see what I bought online. And privacy interest in his Amazon.com account information protected by Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution of the Fourth Amendment, requiring information that requires a warrant. The affidavit submitted in support of the applications for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information, saying the search warrant was bad, so you shouldn't have used the info. That's worth looking at. I agree with that. Search warrants should be thorough, and it should be collected properly. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for an issued search warrant included information that must be excised. Something that's not allowed to be collected. All information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy, and thus nothing in the warrant should remain. They do not like the IGG, investigative genetic genealogy. Investigation gathered about Mr. Koberger via previous invalid warrants must also be excised. This is in the Amazon filing. It sounds like they're throwing everything at the wall to see if anything will stick. And so far, no bueno. Oh, court is live. Court is live. Let's jump up to Thurston really quickly.
Yeah, it's got the citation. It has the name.
Yep, that's the site. All right. Then it's one exhibit. Give Brenda a chance.
We are waiting for prosecution, who's not here. There's our defendant accused of reckless driving. Okay, Katia, give me a call off air. That's cool. Once they start talking. There's our prosecutor. Prosecutor looks young. They start him young up here Thursday.
See, now, Mr. Smith, as soon as we finish with the state's case, I'll always take a break, give you a chance to cogitate on what you're going to do next.
That's on your honor. Thank you.
Okay. Right, so folks in the courtroom, happy to have visitors, but not witnesses. Anymore.
He's not any of the state's witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Smith, not one of your witnesses. Okay, all right.
He's just chilling, just hanging out. Happy to have visitors.
It's a great person to have here. Okay.
He said, my dad?
You have all the exhibits there. Do you want? Sure, heck, why not?
I'm trying like the way you want to do it.
We're trying something different. I'm just numbering them 1 through whatever, because obviously.
Sure.
All right, thanks for your. So there's only 1, 1, and 1, 2. And I'll leave them up here for everyone to kind of view the way you need to. And you've got the flash drive there, or who's got the flash drive? There we go. Okay.
Flash drive.
Listen, you'll think about it, and you'll decide. We don't need to.
Are we ready to bring the jurors in?
That's ready.
Okay.
State's already on.
All right, let's go.
You may bring
10
the
minutes.
jury.
I figure you'll keep your time, but I'll give you a heads up if you got a minute left.
Can we move the podium over? Yeah.
That would be a good idea, wherever you want it.
I'll let you go.
It doesn't have wheels, so you're see each other.
He's going to stand right where we can't see him. Nice.
So
Nice.
So
you
guys
see
need
the
to.
jurors?
Do you want me to move it over either way so you guys can see the jurors?
Maybe back it up a little.
I'm not committed to you have, I don't have a problem with people moving around the well, but this captures your voices and audio.
Yes, and we need that.
Good morning. Please have a seat as you come in. Hello. Everyone can be seated. Well, good morning. Thanks for being so prompt. We're going to get started now with opening statements. We're going to hear first from Mr. Holcomb on behalf of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for coming back. Again, the system only works when you guys show up and actually participate in the process, so we really appreciate your time here today. On September 29th of 2023, Mr. Pease was driving down Yelm Highway on a clear Friday afternoon. As Mr. Pease was driving, a blue Chevrolet drove up on Mr. Pease's driver's side, cut in front of Mr. Pease, and quickly applied the brakes, coming to a complete stop in a four-way intersection. Mr. Pease came to a complete stop. Mr. Pease then went in reverse, drove around the Chevrolet, and continued on Yelm Highway, where the speed limit changed from 35 to 50 miles per hour. As Mr. Pease was driving, he observed the same blue Chevrolet rapidly approach from behind Mr. Pease, switch into the left lane, drive up to Mr. Pease's driver's side door, and slam into the left side of Mr. Pease's vehicle. This put Mr. Pease in genuine fear for his immediate personal safety, as it caused him to temporarily lose control of his vehicle. Upon regaining control of his vehicle, Mr. Pease pulled over and the blue Chevrolet parked nearby. Mr. Pease was obtaining his insurance information when he saw the driver of the blue Chevrolet approaching with fists raised in an apparent fighting stance. Mr. Pease and the driver of the blue Chevrolet engaged in a grappling match that was shortly broken up by bypassers.
Please tell me.
Upon primary investigating officer Zach Gamblin arriving at the scene, both Mr. Pease and the driver of the blue Chevrolet had been separated and were waiting at their respective vehicles. Mr. Pease's account was consistent with visible damage done to both vehicles, including the large scrape mark on the passenger front side of the blue Chevrolet and the extensive damage done to the driver's side of Mr. Pease's vehicle. The driver of the blue Chevrolet was identified by his driver's license as the defendant, Brennan Louris. Mr. Louris' version of events directly conflicted with the damage done to both vehicles. saying Mr. Pease had actually been the one who had attempted to pass him on the left-hand side. When Officer Gamblin confronted the defendant about the inconsistency at the scene, the defendant then said he didn't know what happened, but conceded there was a collision. Officer Gamblin observed a young child in the back seat of the defendant's vehicle, whom the defendant identified as his then 2-year-old daughter.
Oh, no.
The evidence will show that the defendant, in response to a potential fender bender, made a series of choices that resulted in a far more serious collision. In making those choices, he created a dangerous, unwarranted situation that endangered the lives of the other driver, himself, and his then 2-year-old daughter he had in his back seat at the time of the crash. At the end of this trial, I will show you how the defendant's choices that day meet each element of the crimes of reckless driving and reckless endangerment, and ask you to render a verdict of guilty as to both charges. Thank you for being here today.
And Mr. Smith?
Yes, I will give the statement.
Go ahead.
Brendan Lewis was driving with his daughter down Yelm Highway. At an intersection shortly where this accident occurred, he was rear-ended by Mr. Pease's car. Mr. Pease drove around him and took off. Mr. Lewis went after. These facts are going to be disputed by Mr. Pease, and you will hear testimony that at the time of this incident, Mr. Pease said, yeah, I rear-ended them. You will hear him say now, I don't think I hit him, even though that's not what he told the officer at the time of this incident. You will hear evidence from Mr. Lewis saying that he was rear-ended. Then Mr. Lewis is trying to go and get Mr. Pease and get his information because he doesn't know at this time whether or not there's any damage. Mr. Lewis gets into, you will see that at this point, Yelm Highway is a 3-lane highway. There is a right lane going one direction, a left lane going the other direction, and a middle passing lane that is shared for various things that need to pass or do turns. Mr. Lewis went into the shared turn lane to get around Mr. Pease, and Mr. Pease moved into his lane and struck him. You will see the damage. You will hear people talk about it. You will see that the damage is consistent with someone coming in and rubbing alongside the vehicle. The vehicle that has this rubbing damage is in fact Mr. Pease's vehicle, not Mr. Lewis's vehicle. Mr. Lewis just has a very small part of this car that is damaged. The other car came in and rubbed along. Then at that point, the two cars get off to the side. You will hear that Mr. Lewis is upset because he has his daughter in the vehicle, that this person hit his car twice. Then Mr. Pease gets out and there is a mutual match. Mr. Lewis's version and Mr. Pease's version are that basically they were both upset. They got into a mutual match.
Trial by combat.
They were just wrestling. There was no physical assaults or anything regarding that. That neither party really wanted to do anything about that. But what had also happened is another person stopped, saw this was happening, and basically got out and put Mr. Lewis in a headlock. And at that point, at some point after that, the officers arrived and separated. Mr. Lewis was upset. He was upset that Mr. Pease struck his car. He did a hit and run, and that he was assaulted by this other person who came by when that was not necessary under the circumstances. They could have just been separated. And that is the context wherein Officer Gamblin at the time, he's retired now, Officer Gamblin talks to him. And it is in that context that he's trying to explain what's going on after being very upset. Mr. Lewis is clear, and we'll talk to you about how the incident occurred. You will be able to compare the evidence, and you will see. You will also hear from Mr. Pease talking to you about the accident. that it was not at speed, that it was, he didn't lose control over his car, that Mr. Louris never lost control over his car, and that none of this endangered either Mr. Pease or Mr. Louris or his daughter at the time. There was, Mr. Louris and Mr. Pease will both tell you that Mr. Louris was unclear as to Mr. Pease's intentions because it seemed like he was getting run off the road. Mr. Pease will say, oh, I thought that Mr. Louris was going to come at me. But that was mutual fear for each other, and which was caused them to the mutual conflict. It is the position of the defense that this is a mutual situation that was predicated by Mr. Pease' actions to Mr. Louris, and that Mr. Pease is the person who caused the initial accident and caused the second accident, trying to get away from the situation. We're going to ask you to find him not guilty. Thank you.
So now we'll enter into the state's case, and I'll turn to Mr. Holcomb to bring his witnesses forward.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just take a look.
All right, so it's a he said situation. Defendant says, I was mad because he hit me twice. I had my daughter in the car. The other guy says, he with his daughter in the car hit me twice. So let's see who wins. As they bring in this next witness, I got an email from the Arizona bar investigating an attorney in a trial that we covered on Top Mark Media. And he wants copies of the video to investigate the attorney's actions. I said, subpoena me. You don't have jurisdiction. No, just kidding. It's the one that I would not comment on. It's out of Arizona. I don't even want to say the name. Miraculous pregnancy.
Just let me know, raise a hand.
Allegation.
And I can
trial.
help you out. So we
Does that
take
one
care
work?
of you.
It's an investigation of David Gingras.
State calls Mr. Christopher Pease to stand.
Please, why don't you come over here and I'll put you under oath before you sit down. You raise your right hand. Please do swear to tell the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Why don't you have a seat? And go ahead, Mr. Holcomb.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Christopher Pease, CHRISTOPHER
Okay, so I'm taking you back to the date of September 29th of 2023. Do you remember anything of significance happening that day?
Sure, yeah. I was getting off work for my weekend, was just about getting home. And well, that's why we're all here today, right?
Okay.
Do you want me to go into the whole story?
Yeah, so starting from when did something out of the usual start to happen?
Sure. I was coming around that Yelm Highway bend in the left lane of 2 lanes heading my direction. And as I was coming out of that corner, this blue sedan turned right onto Yelm Highway and turned into that left lane. When they turned right pretty quickly, long and short of it, got in front of me coming out of that corner. I wasn't quite ready for it, and I had speed and people behind me, so I slowed down a bit and got over into the right lane to try to pass. When I got around, I retook the left lane since it's the only one that continues straight over the bridge.
Passing the right lane?
And noticed the blue sedan that had pulled out in front of me originally was going to overtake again. That vehicle had taken the right lane and had jumped in front of me before this intersection. And as we rolled into the intersection, slammed on the brakes pretty hard, came to a complete stop, all while green light we had right away and everything. Came to a complete stop. I came to a complete stop behind him. Trying not to block the intersection in traffic, I went left around him, continued over the bridge to the other side of the train station, and was, I would say, I don't know, a quarter mile or so down the road when I noticed that the sedan was catching up, was gaining speed. A little ways further, the blue sedan took at this point, there's now 3 lanes, with the center lane being the shared turn lane. The blue sedan took the shared turn lane and caught almost even to me before swerving his passenger side into my driver's side, which caused me to pull off the road on the first driveway I could see. There's not really much of an easement on that road, nowhere to really pull off. So I went to the first available road from there and pulled off.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's a shared turn lane, he has no business being in that lane. That does not look good for the defendant. Yeah, I'm trying to build I might need to get out the Hot Wheels cars and recreate this scene. Mr. P said easement. It's not funny. This prosecutor leaves
I'm showing you
long pauses.
I'm showing you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 10. Can you just, do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you know what it is?
This is the greater Olympia area.
Okay.
In the very corner down here, you can see.
Well, first we're just going to talk about what it is first.
Okay. Yeah.
So, is it an accurate reflection of the area where this incident occurred?
Yeah. Looks the same as I've ever seen it.
Okay. The state asks to admit exhibit 10, state's exhibit 10 into the record.
No objection.
All right, well, exhibit 10 will be admitted.
All right. Taking exhibit 10, I'm now showing you what's been marked as defendant exhibit number 13. So, and can you just tell me what that is?
That is Yelm Highway.
Okay.
That is right at the train station and near the Hunter family tree farm.
Okay. Would you say that's an accurate reflection of the area where this incident occurred?
Yeah, very accurate.
Okay. The state moves to admit defense exhibit number 13.
No objection.
All right, exhibit 13 will be admitted.
All right. So we got a zoomed out narrative of events. So I'd like to just add a bit of a visual aid here.
Oh, we can't see this? I'll move the TV out so we can see it too. His laptop was asleep. Doesn't even turn on his laptop till he needs the video, and then he starts powering it up. This prosecutor leaves the longest pauses out of any I've ever seen. And it's never begged the court's indulgence, anything. It's just like he had a question, then just nothing. And I think it's the prosecutor's dad who's in the courtroom watching him. Oh, we get static. The girl with the animals member for 11 months. Hope everyone's doing all right. We are. We're glad to have the internet back today. Thanks to Metronet. Appreciate that. This is like baby court. This is baby court where the new attorneys come to practice. His dad's super proud of him.
First off, can everyone on the jury clearly see it?
Mr. Smith, can you and your client see?
This is fine. I might move for other
Yeah,
ones.
feel free.
Okay.
Is there a way that one can
That's a
change?
good
can
question.
verify?
I don't know.
Okay.
We haven't
All right.
been successful with those.
We don't know how to work Zoom.
Okay.
I'll make it work.
Kid
So
report.
this is State's Exhibit number 10. So I'm going to ask you to mark this exhibit and this exhibit while I'm talking to you. So, sorry, exhibit number 13.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Well,
Which exhibit are we working with?
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Just keep going.
So we'll start with
apology
the
accepted.
State's Exhibit.
Thank you, Kayla. Love Metronet. They were really quick. Less than 24 hours to rebuild the internet. 900 feet of fiber line.
So at the beginning of this incident, I believe you said that there was some passing back and forth before you guys get to the intersection.
Yeah.
Is the area where that passing occurred on the map in front of you there, State's Exhibit number 10?
It is.
Would you be able to like draw a square around where that happened?
Yes, I can. Your Honor, can I have a sidebar for a second?
Sure. Come on over before you mark anything there.
Yeah.
Objection is that the fitted exhibit not be. We can. I don't know. So maybe we can have like a copy that we can use for illustrative purposes. Oh, I don't have.
And it'll still go into the record.
Okay.
So it will be part of it. Yeah. I think that's a much better idea. You have a copy
Okay.
of
Yeah, I
the-
have a copy.
Okay. Share that around. Make sure it's what you want to do. Let's do that.
I've seen his copy, so fine. I just didn't.
Yeah.
He says,
And we
please
can
don't
call
draw
it
on the
exhibit,
original.
10A, 13A, that sort of thing.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get it marked.
Okay.
Get the copies marked and then we can move forward. So we're going to create.
Defense attorney's going to go make a copy really quickly.
Exhibits. And the copies of the exhibits are like 13.
Defense attorney's helping out prosecution with the Elmo. Is that like a coat he's wearing?
Thanks.
And then just hit it again.
Seems like a really long tails on that thing. It looks like he's wearing a coat for warmth. Like it's a lab coat length. Practically comes to his knees. Interesting. Is that something that you just wear up in Washington? I've never seen that before. Other than like a London fog, it's like a 3/4 trench coat.
The copies, let's get those marked as 10A and 1013. Or 13A and 10A.
He's in the legal trenches. There you go.
Next.
This is
10A.
10A.
Yes, making him use the Elmo on his first case. We've seen him before. I think we've seen him in 2 or 3 previous, as prosecutor on 2 or 3 previous cases. One that he lost. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Oh, the judges here are just, they ooze sweetness. They're amazing. Extremely patient. He borrowed it from his dad. Prosecutors are fresh out of college. Yes, he's not so new that he still has his mentor next to him. The mentor is not there today, and maybe he'll show up later. But currently, the mentor is not there. He's running this one on his own. So this might be his first day in big boy court, where mommy, look, no hands. I can do this by myself, which is awesome. I'm not able to do that. So you may find yourself. Where is that song from? I can hear that song in my head. Tez, what's that line from? Little guy in a big coat. It's like being able to go solo in a patrol car for the first time. This is the court that Mr. Frog.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 10A, Plaintiff's Exhibit 10A. So, and if you could just mark where the initial passing altercation took place. Thank you. And could you draw the route from that location to where the interaction happened in the intersection where the sudden stop was?
Sure. Yeah.
Defendant's a little bored.
Hopefully that makes sense. Just an arrow pointing down that main road there. So if you were staying on this road, this is where that happened. And continuing down.
Okay. Is that also on there?
That's, yeah. So this self-storage is this right here. This intersection is that intersection.
Okay.
And then up the road here is where all that passing and changing had happened.
Okay. So in all
I
that.
doubt the jury can hear. And so this little conversation here is not useful to the jury.
Yeah,
So,
sorry about that.
Pose a question and maybe use your exhibits.
Apologies, Your Honor. So if you could actually
Sure.
come up over here.
Yeah. So a little tricky to see with how small it is, but
the jury's off to the right side of the screen.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to capture your witnesses. Why don't you use your marked exhibits either with your witness while he's here, because we won't be able to capture his voice on the recording, and that's necessary, as well as the jury hearing him. So you've got two sets. Whatever you can have one for your witness and one for the jury to look at. Just trying to facilitate this, but he needs to stay here so we can capture his
Understood, Your Honor.
So
at the the interaction that you just described, where does it start? Where does it start on this map?
Towards the top left of the circle, that is an intersection with Yelm Highway and Ruddle.
Okay.
I turn right to continue on Yelm Highway, and then there's a slight bend that straightens out. That square there that says the Cube Smart storage is in the top left of the other image.
Okay. Steve is showing you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 13A. Can you mark where the stop happened on that map?
Yeah, the initial stop was here in the intersection. Yeah. Right here.
Okay. And can you draw the route from that section to where the collision occurred?
Yep.
The prosecutor doesn't sound nervous.
The exact spot I'm not entirely sure, but somewhere in this area here would be my guess.
Okay. And can you?
I'm not aware if there's any civil suit.
Can you draw an S next to the first circle that initiates the stop, and a C next to the second circle that indicates collision, and then draw the approximate area where the whole encounter ended, where the vehicle's parked?
Objection compound.
If you could just put a P next to that circle indicating parked.
Yep.
Okay.
Now the lawyer scoots his chair out. He's scooting around. He's going to go into the middle where he can see. He doesn't stand up and walk. He just wheels himself out. He's just off screen, just to my left or my right, as you see my picture.
Okay.
Now he's back. Just went for a little ride in the chair. Look at the white socks.
Zooming back in to the stop location. So, can you describe the stop? Was it like the speed of the stop?
Sure. I would say that during this passing, neither of us got to high speeds. They were both, then we were within legal limit of the speed limit. When we got to the intersection, it was pretty sudden. There's not a whole lot of road before there. So for two passings to have happened, we were running out of road. So it was really about as the sedan got into the continue lane, the left lane, had just about enough time to establish before slamming on the brakes in the intersection.
Okay. So
improper following distance?
The stop happened shortly after the passing.
Yes. Yeah. I would say pretty much immediately. It was definitely the same situation.
Okay. And is there a traffic light at this intersection?
There is.
Okay. And do you recall what color the light was?
It was green.
Okay.
It rarely changes to red for the housing developments to get through, but it's usually green.
Okay.
I think it was green. It's almost always green.
So, and
it rarely changes. I just drive through. Don't
time
look.
Shortly after this, did you give a statement to the police?
After the whole ordeal, yeah, when they were called.
Okay. And at this intersection, at the time, what was your account of as to whether or not a collision occurred at this location?
At the time, I didn't think that I had hit anything. A big Honda Odyssey minivan, they kind of roll and stop. So I wasn't at the time aware of hitting anything. It was why I continued down the road. In the moment, I didn't think that there was a collision.
So by in the moment, you mean at this intersection? At this moment?
Yes. When we came to a stop in the intersection, I didn't believe that there was a collision.
Okay. When law enforcement interviewed you, so at that time, what did you tell them happened at that location?
Just that there was a brake stop, or brake check, I should say, that we both came to a sudden stop. And that I continued on down the road because I didn't want to hold up traffic or block the intersection.
Okay. So did you tell them that a collision occurred at that intersection?
I told them that a collision, I was trying to wrap my head around the situation and why I was chased down. I told them that I believed a collision could have occurred, being that I wouldn't be able to rationalize the defendant following up after if there wasn't a collision. But to my account, to what I remember, I don't remember colliding to anybody.
Okay.
But I did mention that there may have been a collision and that could have been what.
Okay.
This guy does not want to say he hit the guy. Oh my goodness. In the police report, it's going to come out that he said, yeah, I hit him. Brake checked me on it so hard that I hit him. It was kind of sort of maybe a collision. I thought that it might have happened, that I can't, looking back, I can't explain his actions any other way unless there was a collision.
What has been marked as State's Exhibit number 5 or Plaintiff's Exhibit number 5. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the front bumper to my van.
Okay. Is it an accurate depiction of the bumper of your van on the day in question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is the dent there? Oh, off comes the jacket. Now we're getting serious. Just realized he's dressed for court.
So the state moves to admit State's Exhibit number 5.
No objection.
All right. Number 5 will be admitted.
He was just getting warmed up. Now he's hit his full stride. It was the Talking Heads that sing that song. Yep. This is a criminal case. There might be a civil case to follow, though.
So, again, just for the jury, can you tell what's depicted in this image?
Yeah, that's the front right of my front bumper on the Honda Odyssey.
Okay. Does there appear to be any damage on the front of this?
There does, yeah. You can see stress cracks in the paint and some damage to the license plate.
Okay.
And he didn't know he hit?
Do you know what caused this?
Yeah. Already wasn't in great condition when I got it, but that specifically, I was trying to parallel park a truck of mine in front of that, and that's where the indent in that license plate comes from. Is I embarrassingly backed my hitch into it. You can see where it cracked the license plate holder underneath the license plate as well. And I believe that's what caused the stress cracking in the paint too.
Okay. Okay.
The whole front end smashed in. He's like, yeah, I was parallel parking my truck.
From just looking at this image, can you definitively say whether or not any of this damage, did all of this come from that incident where the truck backed up into it?
I could not tell you. I could tell you that the license plate was certainly damaged before, but I don't recall stress cracking or anything like that.
Okay.
It is common on older Japanese vehicles to have that issue, but I couldn't say for sure if that was from this accident or
my bumper's just stress.
Okay. You said it's common on Japanese vehicles. How do you know that?
I'm an auto body technician. I do collision repair and paint work.
Okay. Okay. Going back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 13A. So after the sudden stop, what happens between the sudden stop and what's been marked as C, the collision?
I continued down Yelm Highway. I resumed the speed limit and continued driving as normal.
Okay. Do you recall if the speed limit changed?
It does increase. It goes from 35 before the bridge to 50 on the other side.
Okay. So
I would
is this the bridge you're talking about?
Yeah. So you see the train station there, the bridge goes over the tracks, and it's just past the intersection. Typically I'll start accelerating coming down the bridge on the other side. So I would be gaining speed there, but I would have leveled out at about 50.
Okay. And at what point did you see the other vehicle approaching you?
Somewhere just past that train station. I could see them coming up for a little while before I realized they were getting close. But it wasn't a concern until they got much closer to me.
Okay.
But I could see them. It's pretty wide open out there, so I could see them as soon as I got over the bridge.
Okay.
So he crashes his own car sometime before, works in a field where he repairs that, but doesn't repair his own car, and keeps that damage on his vehicle and says that's why it was on his vehicle the day of that crash. We need to see a picture of the back of the defendant's vehicle and see if it has a hitch that caused the damage. Because I'm not buying this story. We're missing parts. First of all, passing back and forth and obeying the speed limit. I don't think that happened.
Say okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thumb drive.
So, do you recognize that?
Just from this morning.
Okay. Okay. Do you know what that is?
USB stick, but I don't know what's on it.
Okay.
I don't know what's on it. I don't know what's on it. Okay. He said, I don't know what's on it. And we're just going to play it anyway? Apparently, foundation is just a formality, which we're going to skip in this court because we sure didn't get there on whatever's on this USB stick. Maybe it's a virus. Let's stick it in the computer and find out. Let's find the vacation pics from Disney. Didn't work on that side. Let's try the other side. There's no objection here. Why are they not objecting? If the foundation is not laid, then the evidence cannot come in. But the judge won't stop the evidence from coming in unless there's an objection from the other side. And the defense attorney is not objecting. Instead, they're just putting it up in front of the jury.
Is this exhibit agreed?
Yes, Your Honor. This is State's Exhibit number 14.
Number 14? Yeah, why don't you review together what it is? I thought it was 11. So I'm a little confused here.
Let's come to the sidebar here. Please let us hear this.
So, I don't know what this is. I think it's an exhibit that he saw, but I thought that he just said he has no idea what's on it.
Yeah. Is this 11 or 14?
This is 14. It's the flash drive. The letters that he signed.
Flashlight is 11. All right. I can tell. 14? All right. And what are we talking about 11? Let's look at that. You get the tag.
Lots of back and forth. Dad's getting nervous for son right now. Bringing the laptop up to show the judge.
14. All right. And so, well, slow down. So,
slow down. Wait.
You want to step back, make your objection, and we can talk about it.
Well, is this the one that he's digit underneath?
Yeah, the sticker is covering it. I can.
The judge is laughing here.
Because I heard him say he doesn't know what's on it.
That's what I heard.
But if it's this, and it actually is nothing that he saw, I guess I don't have
no
a
big
problem.
deal.
So,
would you like me to show him?
Can I do a brief one here?
Yeah, let's do that. That's probably the best
Let me have the
way.
exhibit.
Can I do a brief voir dire? Here we go.
My name is Derek Smith. I want to ask you a couple of questions about this. Okay. Sure. So this has been marked as Exhibit 14. There's nothing here on the back, but did you have a chance to see something like this that you did put initials on?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
They should be on there.
Okay. So is that like C?
Yes.
Looks like yours. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. And you saw what was on this because you I believe initially it said you don't know what's on it, but.
Well, I mean, I may have been shown images that are on it. I don't know off the top of my head what's on that USB. I mean,
did you put initials on this tag?
Yes.
When did you put initials on this tag?
This morning.
Why did you put initials on the tag?
To clear, I was asked to show that I've seen that USB stick before.
Oh my goodness.
Were you shown what was on this stick?
If it's the photo.
Hang on. Were you shown what was on this stick and then asked to put your initials on it?
I believe if it contains the damages to the vehicles, a video of my van that was shown to me this morning, and then I signed off on that. Yes.
Okay.
Can I just show?
We're not showing it. Can I just skip this foundation thing? Lawyering is hard. Can I just go straight to the evidence?
Take a moment out of the presence of the jury.
Sure, let's do that. All right, so jurors, we're going to take a quick break now. Remember my instructions from yesterday that you don't start discussing anything about the case, the issues, anything like that. Find something else to chit chat about. Good opportunity if you need, a restroom break or drink water or something to do that. But Brenda will get you into the jury room. That's where you stay. You don't leave the jury room unless you need to use the restroom.
Got it.
And you had a question? Ask Brenda. She can help you.
Defense doesn't even wait for the jury to be gone. They're already.
I think it's what it is. Let's just go show it.
This is funny. Defense is not objecting. He knows he can object, but he's not because he's cool with what's on there. He's like, I think if it's what I think it is,
So
it's cool to come in.
the only time to talk without me here?
No, you're on
Okay.
stay. I think that we just need to clarify this.
All right. So, little questioning of the witness on Dyer without the jury here. Is that the plan? Okay.
Again, for the record, Derek Smith, you saw images of the damage to the vehicle on the computer. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There was not video damage. You saw a picture on the computer, correct?
There was pictures of damage, but there was a video.
Okay. So separately, there were pictures on the computer.
Yeah.
Like we've seen here.
Sure.
And then separately, there was a video.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's play 14 and see if that's what you saw.
I'll also include the audio.
Yes, we do.
Judge likes
Right,
just
so Mr. Holcomb is showing the witness a video from Exhibit 14. Is
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, this is what I saw.
This guy just hit me and
Okay. And that's the only thing that is on this that you're aware of?
If it shares with the photos, yeah, that's all I'm aware of on this. I don't know if are the photos on that or not. That's what I'm trying to. I don't understand.
Okay.
The videos on that stick, I can see that. I don't know if the photos I was shown just happened to be shown to me and they're not on the flash drive or.
Let's take a look at the menu here for a second. I can show you what's on.
the witness wasn't prepped. I
Okay.
can't blame him.
So the USB stick contains just a video.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
All right. Got it.
Bring the jury.
So,
And I'm ready. We can go back to the jury. And just for the record here, I have no objection to this being a
okay, so that's
Even
14.
though there's no foundation.
Okay, so bring jurors back in. Everyone stand up when the jurors come in. Yeah.
Oh,
they took a
my
little
goodness.
rest break, so we may not be able to collect them all right away.
They might be in the bathroom. Knock on the stall doors. Are you a jury member? You need to hurry and wrap it up. You're needed back in court. Believe it or not, defense actually made that process smoother of admitting that, because this particular prosecutor, like, he did not understand it. It did not register in his mind that he had not laid foundation for presenting evidence. It was not there. He's like, I have to ask him, have you seen this? Do you know what's on it? Okay, now I present it. He was not listening to the responses. There was no foundation. He's like, I think it looks like a memory stick. Do you know what's on it? No. No, could be anything. And he's like, all right, let me show the jury. All right. Love this. This is live out of Thurston County, Washington, right now. We love this court. It's so much fun. It is so much fun to come here. I think I need to visit this one in person. If the witness was not prepped to know what was going to happen, what's going to be asked of him a little bit in court, he's not prepped at all with his answers, and he could just go. We could go anywhere, especially on cross-examination. He could say anything. He's already flirted with the line with almost admitting criminal actions himself in his driving. Is he the one that lost against the pro se? Yes, he was. This is the prosecutor that lost against the pro se defendant. Hey, Dad, how do you think I'm doing, Dad? Yeah, we'll talk after, son. Let me go get you an ice cream cone and we'll talk. Yes, come visit. This is one of the courts I'd like to visit. I'd like to visit Judge Oakley as well when he has a SOV sit. That would be epic to see in person. Defense is helping. They are. There's no hard feelings between the lawyers here. I think he just thinks better on his feet. Waiting for the line in the restroom to dwindle down so that the jury can come back. Meetup in Thurston. Our first ever RA meetup. Thurston County, Courtroom 4. Right there, in those chairs. We'll see if we can book it. What does it cost to book this room, do you think? I'm pretty sure the town would be fine with me renting it. Walker, we love it. We're not making fun of him so much as just loving the legal process and the complexities of it, and seeing lawyers grow, because he has. I think we watched his very first trial, and he's come a long way. He's already doing this one on his own. Every lawyer, I think, goes through these same learning spells where they make mistakes or get a little confused. He's going to do great. This is in his blood. I think he loves it. First of all, he's not nervous. Our first meetup was Summit County. Yes, Alita, we did that.
Free to have a seat as you come in. Yours.
I believe the prosecutor right there with the yellow notepad is the son, to my understanding, the son of the gentleman in the blue shirt.
And Mr. Smith, first, you agree to admission of Exhibit 14?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. 14 is admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Holt.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're just getting it up on the screen here.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 14. So I'm just going to
let that
play this, and then I'm going to ask you if you recognize anything in it.
And it's a vertical video shot on a phone, so we can see it on his laptop, barely, but can't see anything on the TV because that's cropped off. Oh, if there's audio? Don't play the audio. That's hearsay.
Righty. Replaying it this time with audio.
This guy just hit me and he...
It's a hearsay statement.
Righty. Do you recognize anything in this video?
Yeah, that's Yelm Highway, and that's my Honda Odyssey.
Okay, how do you know that that's your Honda Odyssey?
It's faint, but there's damage to the deck lid above the left tail lamp. Hard to see in that photo, but it's like softball sized. It's pretty easy to spot.
Okay, so I'm going to move Exhibit 14 and then going to publish Exhibit 13A again.
So he played the statement. This guy just hit me in court. Why defense didn't object to the audio, I don't know why, but I guess they're okay with it.
Okay. So, from the video, can you tell what section of this drawing that video was taken in?
Definitely before the collision, C. That is over the bridge, though. So
okay.
It would be, yeah, between there and C.
Okay. All right. So can you describe for me what lane were you in when the collision occurred?
In the right-hand lane.
Okay, in the far right-hand lane?
Yeah, there's only the one going that direction.
Okay, and how many lanes are on this road?
3, one for each direction and the shared turn lane.
Okay.
There's no passing lane.
And do you remember where the other vehicle was as it was approaching you, like what lane it was in?
It was in the same lane as me, and then as it got close, took the shared turn lane.
Okay. All right, and then earlier today, you described the movements as a swerve. Can you further elaborate on that?
Yeah, I would say he pulled up on the driver's side of my van and got almost close enough to be able to look over and see a driver, but not quite when the vehicle was collided into my van. The front wheel was about where my driver's door was.
Okay.
And then came off back, which is where all the damage came from there.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 6. Can you just, do you recognize that?
Absolutely.
Can you tell me what it is?
That is my Honda Odyssey after the collision.
Okay. Would you say it's an accurate reflection of the Honda Odyssey after the collision?
Yeah. Yeah, this just about captures all the damage.
Okay. The state moves to admit state's exhibit number 6.
No objection.
Okay, 6 is admitted.
We're not sure if the initial
State's
rear
exhibit
end
number
accident
6 to the
happened.
jury. Okay. So now that the jury's able to see what we're talking about, can you just tell me what's depicted in this photo?
Yeah, you can see right about under the front door handle where the denting starts, and it gets to its worst in the rear door before tapering off on the quarter panel and disappearing.
Okay. Was any of this damage present before the collision?
None of it.
Okay. Can you describe what was going through your head at the moment that this collision occurred?
Well, I had enough time to see him, the defendant, the sedan, take the center lane, which at first I thought maybe, okay, they'll pass me again and I can slow down and put this behind me. But it wasn't passed. When I was contacted, my first thought was, okay, I have to find somewhere to get off the road. Where's my insurance? Do I have all that stuff on me? More so kind of immediate accident thoughts, who do I call? Do I have to call insurance first? It wasn't until after I exited the vehicle that it was more of worrying situation, I guess you'd say. The defendant exited their vehicle and started approaching the van.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a second. I'm trying to take this sequential order here.
Sure.
So, do you recall approximately what speed your vehicle was going at the time of this collision?
It would have been 50, 55, no more than that.
Okay.
Speeding. It's in a 50.
Okay.
It's in a 50.
In publishing exhibit 13A. So after the collision happens, can you describe what happened after the collision?
Yeah. Thankfully, I was able to retain control of the vehicle. I turned my hazards on. I kind of started driving on the shoulder a little bit. Didn't feel like anything mechanically was destroyed, so I was able to limp it down to the next gravel driveway, which is where we parked, where P is.
Okay.
So reduced speed, typical post-accident things.
Okay. And then what happened after your vehicle parked, after you parked your vehicle?
Yeah. I pulled off into this driveway. The defendants pulled into the same driveway behind me. Quite large, so we were still a good 20, 30 feet away from each other or so when we stopped. I started gathering information, got out, started observing the damage to the vehicle, and from there, confrontation started. We both made eye contact, yelling back and forth between what's wrong with you, that sort of thing. And from there, the defendant started to approach my vehicle and me. I was around the back at this point, behind the vehicle.
Okay, so backing up a little bit.
Yeah.
So when did the driver of the other vehicle exit their vehicle?
Immediately.
Okay. And do you see that driver here today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you point them out and describe what they're wearing?
Sure. Yeah, in the suit and button-up blue flannel. I can't really see from here.
Okay. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Okay, so when did you exit your vehicle? So he's
also pretty much immediately. I didn't give thought to my information until after I had exited and started making phone calls.
That's opposite.
I
what he just
recall
said.
going back for that when police showed up later.
Okay. When would you say the confrontation started between the two of you?
When yelling started, probably a few seconds after exiting the vehicles. We both, by nature of where we stopped, both turned and looked at each other while we were looking at damages, and it became a bit of a yelling match.
Okay. Do you recall who initiated the confrontation?
I don't recall. If you're asking who was like yelling first, I don't recall.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
He mixed it up. He said initially pulled over, started looking for his insurance, thinking about who do I call? Let me get my paperwork. And then I got out and I was looking at the back of the damage. And then the defendant got out and he started yelling at me. And now he's like, defendant got out first and I got out first as well. I didn't look for papers till after the police were called. So yeah, he's got some problems.
Do you recall seeing anyone in the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, other than the defendant?
Much later, not until after police were on scene and everything, but yeah, there was another occupant.
Okay. Can you describe the occupant?
Just this young child, infant child, car seat, back seat.
Okay. Nothing further from the state here.
Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Here we go.
So when the officer talked with you about the incident, did you initially tell them that you hadn't been involved in a collision at the bridge area?
My initial response was that I may have been in a collision. I don't think I ever said one way or the other. I was trying to kind of rationalize the whole situation, I suppose. I believe I did mention that a collision could have taken place earlier up the road, but I don't remember being concrete about it, if that makes sense. I never said that it did. More so just that I was trying to give context.
Why would it have even occurred to you?
Because I was run off the road. And I had assumed that there was some sort of previous situation outside of just passing each other that would have warranted such a reaction. And so I was sort of rationalizing that, I suppose. I figured that I must have hit him if this was the reaction that he had. But I still don't believe that I did. I don't remember a sudden stoppage or any sort of, I didn't have airbags blow or anything like that.
So let me ask you that question. You don't remember a sudden stoppage. You testified that both cars came to an immediate stop.
Sure. I mean, jolting in the sense that like if you were to hit a post or something, you would stop quicker than just your vehicle bringing itself to a stop. I'm not talking like we did slam on the brakes. Yes, there was that sudden stop, but I didn't feel it was more sudden, which would indicate that I hit something.
Why would you think that it was in any way your fault at all? Because he's the one who slammed on his brakes. And according to you, he's the one who initially pulled out in front of you on the road at all.
Just generally, I've heard that when you rear end someone, you're at fault. You know, that's just a stigma that exists. So I
It's the rear end
would
stigma.
assume there would be guilt in that. But
Okay. You're saying that you felt guilt about the situation.
No, I'm saying that the typically when you rear end someone else, it is that the driver in the rear is found at fault. So I don't feel guilty about anything. I never.
Okay. So
this is good.
Did you mention to the officer who was taking the report about the accident any of your reservations about the initial collision that you're talking to now?
Could you clarify? I'm not
sure. You're clarifying here today in front of the jury that you don't feel that you were in an accident right before the bridge, but you may have been. You feel guilty about it. You were trying to rationalize it. All of these things that you've just said, correct?
I still am not guilty. I don't feel guilty about it. I didn't.
Okay.
At the time of the stop, when I pulled off to continue, I did not think I made contact with the defendant, so I was not guilty.
Did you try to explain any of that to the officer at the time you took his statement, or did you just tell him I was involved in an accident prior to the bridge?
I mean, I don't recall exactly. I believe I gave context to the situation.
If you had been involved in an accident prior to the bridge, you understand that it is your duty to stop and give information.
Yeah, absolutely.
You did not do that.
I didn't think there was anywhere safe to do so. I also didn't think I was going to need to stop.
Why did you need to think about someplace safe to do so? Because you just said you didn't think you were involved in an accident.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that at the time. I was just continuing down the road. I wanted to get out of the intersection that we were blocking.
Prosecutor wants to object.
Okay. Then why were you even concerned about a safe location to stop?
At that time, I wasn't.
Your Honor, objection relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So at that time you weren't.
Yeah.
It was a good try, prosecutor.
So
that's the wrong objection.
Did you try to explain any of this at the time?
Love this.
To the officer?
Yeah.
From what I recall, we didn't spend too long talking about that. Again, when I was giving my report to the officer, to my knowledge, what I was saying was, I don't believe that there was an accident, but this is what may have happened to warrant this reaction, was how I would have put it. I believe that's what I said, but it has been a while.
Okay. Would you agree that when you were contacted by the officer, the incident was completely fresh in your mind?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, elevated heart rate and a little adrenaline, but it was fresh.
It was within probably about 15 or 20 minutes after the incident?
Yeah, that's about right.
And now it is a year and a couple months later, right?
So your memory then was better than it is now.
When you are talking about the second collision that occurs on Yelm Highway, did you lose control of your vehicle?
Momentarily, a little fishtail.
Okay. Was your vehicle ever in danger?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so describe that.
Well, it's a front wheel drive and I lost some traction in the rear. It slid. They're also prone to rolling over, but it was mostly just the loss of traction that was the danger in this sense.
Did you see anything going on with his vehicle that way?
No. After the collision, I was hyper-focused on controlling my vehicle.
So you don't know what happened to his vehicle, is that correct?
After the collision, no, not until they stopped behind me in the driveway.
You were 100% focused on your vehicle?
No.
All right. When you pulled over, you at some point talk about making phone calls. You remember saying that?
Yeah.
When you made those phone calls, was that before or after the confrontation with Mr. Luris?
After.
Okay, so make sure the jury understands that you got out, he got out more or less simultaneously. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
You guys were both looking over your cars. Fair?
Yeah.
And then you guys both looked at each other and were like, issues. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And then later on, somebody came and separated you. Is that correct?
There was a citizen that helped separate the two of us.
How did that occur?
Well, the defendant hits like
just
a girl.
A few feet behind my vehicle, we had sort of met, so to speak. We were grappling around a bit, kind of standing there, just wrestling around.
When you say we, you're talking about you and Mr. Luris?
Me and the defendant, yes. And I didn't even see this man run up, but he came up between the two of us. We subdued the defendant and got keys from him.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and this stranger, this man that came to help.
How did you subdue him? How did you subdue Mr. Luris?
We got control of his arms, legs, chest on the ground.
And was his head in a headlock?
In a headlock? No. I mean, we may have been holding his head down, but it wasn't like wrapped around.
His head was onto the ground.
Sure, yeah.
And the other person was on top of him.
Yeah.
And this person hadn't seen the incident.
I believe they did. I wasn't able to get any contact information for them. They were in quite a hurry to pick up their kids, as it sounds.
Did they stay on scene?
Random stranger.
Did they stay on scene for the officer to see them?
No.
So they left prior?
Yeah.
Right.
This is wild.
What happened between you and Mr. Luris when that person left?
The defendant stayed near his vehicle. I stayed near mine, and we waited for law enforcement.
He got up off the ground?
Well, once we had taken the keys from the defendant, we had let up and basically were like, you go that way, I'll go this way. And yeah, we let him up off the ground, and he went back to his vehicle, and I stayed near mine.
And then that's the way it was until the police arrived?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes.
Any confrontation between the time that this other person leaves and the police arrive?
No.
The defendant's going to take the stand. He has to. I think we might get a police officer.
At any point, did you see anyone else stop and discuss the collision to you as a witness?
Yes, there was another gentleman in if I remember correctly, a gray Tacoma pickup. He said that he lived local.
Objection, hearsay.
He's objecting to his own witness.
My question didn't call for it, so we can strike it.
All right, so I will sustain the objection, meaning we're not going to hear statements from this other person made to you unless there's some basis that I can divine.
Okay, my question was there somebody else? And apparently there was another person in a gray Tacoma.
There was someone else that stopped, yeah.
Did that person stay and wait for the police?
I thought they did. I didn't stay around them the whole time. I thought that they gave a statement, but I'm not certain.
Okay.
They were certainly there while police were there. I don't know if they got involved, but they were there while police were there.
So they were present while the police officer was there?
Yeah.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, me direct?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Brief pause. Dad, watch. I'm up again.
Again, showing what has been marked as safety exhibit number 5.
after this incident occurred, so after this night was over and you'd gone home, did you at any point look at this vehicle afterwards?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. How so?
Well, it's what I do for a living, so I was looking to see if it was fixable, something I wanted to fix, or if it was something I was going to just sell.
Okay. And did you examine the front of the vehicle at all?
Briefly. It wasn't my main point of look.
Okay. So, okay. Earlier you said that you fishtailed.
Yeah.
Again, what was the approximate speed of both of you at the time of this fishtailing?
Would have been around 50 miles an hour.
Okay. So
there should have been skid marks on the road if he was fishtailing.
Okay. And this was the result of the crash at 50 miles an hour? Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
So any objection to this witness being excused from?
I just have one redirect.
All right, I'll allow that. Recross.
During this fishtail, was there any other points of collision in the contact?
No, I don't recall hitting anything else. It was just initial collision, a little swerve, and then pull off.
And you don't know where his car was in relationship to yours during the fishtail?
No.
Thank you. Nothing else.
So then, any objection to he's being released from his subpoena, Mr. Holcomb?
No objection to releasing the witness, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay, so what that means is don't expect to be called back. Okay. And you can be on your way in the day when you need to.
Or you can stay.
Thank you.
Hop down in the well.
Anybody need a break in the jury, or are you good to go? Keep going. Keep going. All right. Your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be Deputy Gamblin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or former Deputy Gamblin?
Yes, Your Honor. Former Deputy Gamblin.
Now we get the police officer who responded, who is since retired.
Yep.
I left my notepad.
Sure. Why don't you pop in there and go get it?
Jurors like
we won't do anything without you.
Left my notepad in the bathroom. We were passing notes in the bathroom, and I left it in there. Can I run and get that? It's hard to fishtail in front-wheel drive. I don't know. I think there's probably shared blame on both drivers here, from what I've heard so far. The guy in the Honda Odyssey, the witness, his story jumped around a little too much for me to find that entirely credible. Looking at the damage to see if he wants to fix it or not, when he's saying it already was there before. I'm not buying it. I love this court, though. Thurston has a special place in my heart. Damage from all his previous collisions.
Former Deputy Zachary Gamblin to the stand.
Why don't you come out over here? I'll get you put under oath. Raise your right hand with me and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right. Have a seat if you would.
That's a big answer.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell it for the record?
Zachary Allen Gamblin, ZACHARY ALLEN GAMBLIN.
Okay. And how are you currently employed?
I'm a merchandiser with Columbia.
Ooh.
Okay.
Mix
And
it
at the
outdoor
time of this incident, September 29th of 2023, how are you employed?
I was a fully commissioned officer with the Thurston County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And approximately how long had you been a sheriff at that time?
I was with the agency for a total of 8 months, on patrol for about 2.
Okay.
Well, that was quick. 8 months as a
so
cop, and then he goes to
taking
selling
you back to the
coats?
date of September 29th of 2023, did you receive a call that day on the Yelm Highway area?
Yes.
Can you describe how you received the call?
Yes. So I was in uniform in my mark patrol car, and the call first out came out as a collision. That's how I responded, and then it upgraded to that there are currently 2 males fighting on the side of the road. So I upgraded my my response time. I arrived, and then by the time I arrived, everyone was separated.
How long would you say that it took you to arrive from receiving the call to arriving?
I'm not entirely sure. Anywhere between, I want to say, 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. And what do you recall seeing upon arriving at the scene?
As I arrived on scene, all the parties were already separated, and there was another officer from a completely different department on scene. He had gotten there before me, and he had separated everybody else.
Okay. All right. So how did you begin the investigation when you arrived?
I began the investigation by speaking to the officer who was already there, just so I could go and see what happened. And then I started, so I spoke with the officer. There was a witness on scene. I spoke with him so I can get his story, so he can then be released from the scene.
We got a witness.
And then I started by chatting with the individuals who were involved.
Okay. And of the individuals who were involved, who was the first person you talked to?
The first person I spoke to was Christopher Pease.
Okay. And after speaking with Mr. Pease, what did you do?
So after speaking with Christopher, I got his side of the story. I canvassed his vehicle to make sure that his statements, that the damage on his vehicle were consistent with the statements. And then I went and spoke with Brennan.
Okay. And what did Brennan, who is Brennan?
Brennan was he was in the other vehicle who had the child.
Okay. And do you see Brennan Loras? Do you see him here today?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just point him out to the jury? All right. Can you just describe what he's wearing?
Mr. Loras is wearing a suit, a black suit, black jacket, slacks, and looks like brown boots.
Okay. And what did Mr. Loras tell you about the incident?
Mr. Loras, while I was speaking with him, the story that he gave me was very consistent with the story given to me by Chris. But when I did ask about the damage to his vehicle, he stated that what happened. Yeah, so he stated that what happened wasn't exactly lining up with what I was first told, and that what he told me was that when I looked at the damage to his vehicle, it was inconsistent with his story.
Okay, so backing up a little bit, you said that Mr. Loras's account was similar to Mr. P's. You said they were consistent.
Yes.
Can you tell me at exactly what point it diverged? Like when did they start becoming inconsistent?
Yes. So the part where it became inconsistent was when Brennan stated that he merged into the left lane to go and pass Chris, and then as Christopher was driving, or actually, may I refer to my report? Yeah. I can make sure I have all the facts correct.
He's confused by all the names.
You marked that as an exhibit.
I believe it has.
15, I think.
Yes.
Do you have number 15?
I don't know. It's going to be up there.
think you still have the police report that you marked as Exhibit 15. And I'm wondering if it's not under your pile of other exhibits.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to look at.
Yes, that's why I was walking the other direction, Your Honor. That's where I was going to look. Your pile of exhibits. Come on, son. You can find it. There it is. There it is. Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 15. Before you look it over, can you just tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what it is?
This is the receipt of the citation.
Okay, and if you want to just briefly look at the pages there's more than one page, so if you want to just look at them quickly. And would you say that that's a full and complete version of the report you wrote in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say that it's been modified in any way?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and look at it, and then when you have refreshed your recollection, go ahead and look up at me, and then flip it over so that's face down. Okay, so do you recall where the two accounts started to become inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay,
So
take it from there.
It is at this point that Chris is driving behind Brennan, and he decides to go into the left turn lane on the highway in order to pass. Mr. Lewis said that as Chris was passing, he slammed his vehicle into the driver's side of Mr. Lewis's vehicle.
Okay, so according to this account, so can we just refer to Brennan as Mr. Loris, yes, or as the defendant, just so I'm able to keep the two straight? So according to Mr. Loris's account of events, Mr. Loris was driving, and then who was attempting to pass in this situation?
Christopher was attempting to pass.
Okay, on which side?
On the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side. And then according to Mr. Loris, the collision occurred when, what happened?
The collision occurred when Chris was attempting to pass Mr. Loris on the left-hand side. And then he stated that is when the collision occurred as Chris drove into Mr. Lewis's vehicle.
So according to Mr. Lewis, the collision occurred, the touch point was at Mr. P's, on what section of Mr. P's vehicle?
It would have been the passenger side of Mr. P's vehicle.
Okay.
I'll refer to him as Mr. P's from now on as well. Okay. And then, yeah, so the collision point was on the passenger side of Mr. P's vehicle, and the driver's side of Mr. Lewis's vehicle.
Okay. First, I'll show you what's been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 6. So, whose vehicle is this?
That is Mr. P's vehicle.
Okay. And what side of the vehicle is that?
The driver's side.
And can you just describe what is on that side of the vehicle?
From what I can observe, there is damage to to both doors of his vehicle, closer to the bottom portion, and then on the back side, there's a little more dents of the driver's side.
He's lost something again. Prosecutor's going to have to spread everything out on the table.
These to be marked. And then ask for these to be marked as State's Exhibit number 16, 17.
He's doing fine. We're giving him a hard time, but he's doing fine. So I'm confused. It seems like we've had the scenario spelled out to us that the damage was on one side and then the damage was on the other side, and the story said one car was passing, and then the story said the other car was passing. Right now, I don't know whose side had what. It's a little confusing. John, the judge asked before the trial began, said, we're happy to have members of the public, but no witnesses to make sure you're not a witness. And the prosecutor said, that's my dad.
I'm showing you what has been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 16. Can you just tell me what that is?
It is the passenger side of Mr. Pease's vehicle.
Okay. And is that an accurate reflection of how it appeared that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Can you tell me what that is?
That is the back half of the passenger vehicle of Mr. Pease.
Okay. And would you say that's an accurate reflection of that side of the vehicle that day?
Yes.
Okay. The state moves to admit exhibits, State's Exhibit number 16 and 17.
No objection.
All right, so 16 and 17 will be admitted.
And published, apparently. He's just putting stuff all over the court.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 16 and State's Exhibit number 17.
That was quick.
Looks like both of them won't fit. So did you observe any damage to the passenger side of Mr. Loris's vehicle?
No.
Okay, so this is the front. You said this is the back, same side, same vehicle?
Correct.
Okay.
If the damage from the side swipe was done while the Odyssey was in the travel lane and Mr. Loris's vehicle was in the middle lane, that would put Mr. Loris at fault for that. He shouldn't be trying to pass in the middle lane.
As State's Exhibit number 2, can you describe what is depicted in that?
That is the front part of Mr. Loris's vehicle.
Okay, would you say it's an accurate depiction of it that night?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Can you describe what's in that photograph?
That is almost the full picture of the vehicle with Mr. Loris sitting in the passenger seat.
Okay. So in what side of the vehicle?
The passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. And is it an accurate depiction of it that day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The state moves to admit exhibits, State's Exhibit number 1 and 2.
No objection.
All right, so 1 and 2 are admitted.
All right, so I'm publishing what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 2 to the jury. So we got a bit of a glare here.
The paper's curved.
Okay.
It's a glossy print.
I'm trying to counter the glare there. All right, so did you observe any damage to the passenger side of Mr. Loris's vehicle?
Yes.
Can you describe it?
There is what looks like a dent in the front wheel well in between his door and where it meets.
Okay.
And publishing states exhibit number 1 to the jury. Is the same side?
Correct.
Okay. What's that in the back seat?
That is a car seat.
Okay. Was anyone in the car seat or near the car seat during this evening?
In the event of the evening, yes.
Okay. Another occupant in the vehicle, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Could you describe that other occupant?
The occupant was a small 2-year-old.
Okay.
It was his daughter.
Okay. How do you know it was his daughter?
He told me.
Okay.
Hearsay. Not cool. Statement against party's interest. Statement by opposing party against interest. Hang on. You think it's the defendant's dad? Why is he sitting on the other side of the courtroom? I thought it was the prosecutor's dad.
Showing you this photograph, can you describe what's in the photograph?
In the photograph is the back of Mr. Luris's vehicle with the license plate that was on the vehicle at the time.
Sure. How come, what exhibit are you using?
It's states exhibit number 3.
No objection.
To ignition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. State moves to admit, Your Honor.
3 is admitted.
So now that the jury is able to see what we're talking about, could you just tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, yeah, we were looking at the back of the Chevy, which was at the time the vehicle that Mr. Luris was driving.
Okay, and were you able to observe any damage?
To the backside, no.
Okay. Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
And Mr. Smith, examination.
Why did you take exhibit number 3? Why did you take that photograph?
I took that photograph so I can capture the full vehicle.
Why did you take?
Mr. Holcomb, how about you collect up all the exhibits you have scattered about and get them back up to me so that we have them all in one place. So gather them up and then so we can all know where they are. Read it too far there, so we have all of them. It's a moment, Mr. Smith. Just want them all available for you, whatever order, in the flash drive, full schmear.
Showing you which was marked and admitted as exhibit 5. Did you take that photograph?
Yes.
Same photograph that's here?
Yes.
Why'd you take that photograph?
In the reports and my interviewing, Mr. Pease said that as Mr. Brennan got in front of him, he brake checked. Mr. Pease was brake checked, and Mr. Pease hit the back of Mr. Luris's vehicle.
Ooh, what?
Did you say when this occurred?
I do not remember.
Did Mr. Luris say that Mr. Pease hit the back of his vehicle?
Yes.
And that's why you took this photograph, and one of the reasons why you took the photograph that I had previously showed you, exhibit 3, correct?
Correct.
There was another person who was on scene that you let go, correct?
Correct.
They didn't see what happened.
Yes, correct.
Were you aware that somebody had restrained Mr. Louris besides Mr. Peets?
No.
What the officer who was who had initially broken up the incident didn't tell you that there was another person who had broke up the fight?
Not that anything I can remember.
Would looking at your report maybe help refresh your recollections to that?
I believe so.
It's right there.
Go ahead and take a look at it. And then the first part. And then just like with Mr. Holcomb, if you have read it and refreshed, just look at me and we'll talk. Good?
Right.
All right. So there was another person. That person was identified as Mr. Jordan. Is that correct?
Yes.
He indicated that he came and separated the parties, correct?
Yes.
Did you get the details about how that occurred?
I did not.
So how would you describe Mr. Louris's demeanor?
Very, from what I can remember, riled up, rustled a little bit.
He was upset about the situation.
Yes.
And when you talked with him, the way that he described it, would it have been consistent if he, Mr. Louris, was in the passing lane and Mr. Pease was in the right-hand lane?
The way that he described it to me, yes.
Okay. It's just that from his point of view, the cars were different. Is that a fair assessment?
I believe so, yes.
And that's how Mr. Pease talked about it, correct?
In which part?
So Mr. Pease explained it as he was in the right-hand lane, Mr. Louris was in the shared turn lane, correct?
Correct.
And if we just transposed cars, that's how Mr. Louris describes it, correct?
In that portion, I believe so.
And would it be fair to say that sometimes people transpose things when they're nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Last thing. I am going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 12. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 12?
As the road that I responded to? Yes.
All right. So I want to be clear. This is not taken on the day of the incident, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And none of the cars that we are talking about, nor your car in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
But it does show the direction of travel, the lanes, and where the cars were pulled off the scene, correct?
Correct.
Right. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that I'm going to ask to admit Exhibit 12.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 12 is admitted.
Give you back Exhibit 12 so you can have it in front of you. I'm going to be pointing at a location Do you see that location that I'm pointing at?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a fence.
Right. Just in front of the fence.
It's little like entrance, I'd say.
It's like an entrance to a farm, correct?
Correct.
And it is in this location, although not in this photograph, that the parties were pulled off, correct?
Correct.
And the direction of travel here is what?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know which lane is going which direction?
I know that the right lane, and in terms of cardinal directions, no.
Okay. Right. Do you remember how far the cars were parked?
About, yes.
About how far were they parked?
The Mr. Lures was up close to the first fence post.
Here?
Yes, and then Mr. P's was across the other side.
Approximately. On the side of the road where there's this white.
About over there. Yes, correct.
Okay. Thanks.
During Mr. Pease's portion of his story, at any point did he indicate that he had stopped to give information prior to the collision?
What do you mean by that?
Did he stop prior to the scene where you came upon them?
I do not recall.
All right, I have nothing further.
Thank you. And I'm going to take that back from you and I'm going to take that back.
Thank you. Mr. Holcomb, can you redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. So.
Yeah, I have to bring all those up and just piled up here so that everybody.
Can you just bring all the evidence up to the judge's bench so you don't lose things?
And the flash drive is attached to the computer or whatever.
Okay, be sure to get that back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's do a couple more laps. Anything else you need to get? They took his keys.
Defense Exhibit 12.
That was it. That's all you get to see.
Or at least that you're able to.
Hope you didn't blink.
Take a look at it. Okay, so in the version of events described by the defendant, who was attempting to pass who?
They were both attempting to pass each other.
Okay. At the moment of the collision, they were both trying to pass each other?
No.
Okay. At the moment where the collision happened, who was trying to pass who?
At the moment of the collision, Mr. Lures was trying to pass Mr. Peace.
Okay. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
I have nothing.
Pardon?
I have nothing.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Thanks. So,
We're going to take a lunch break.
Mr. Holcomb, any objection to the witness being excused?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right. So you can be on your way then and not expect to be called back. Thank you very much.
If the defendant was trying to pass Mr. Pease, and the damage was all along the side of the
Mr.
car,
Holcomb, any other witnesses, evidence,
wouldn't
testimony?
he be going faster than Mr. Pease?
The state rest.
All right. So right now we're just going to take a quick break, get refreshed. We'll be back to see where we go.
Actually, Your Honor, can I take a brief sidebar?
Okay.
A motion to judgment of acquittal. They've proved nothing. The state rests. This is crazy. I hope the
I should have.
let's see, hang on.
All right, we'll do that. So what we're going to do is busy lawyers have other courts that are meeting them out of the blue. So we're going to take a half-hour break and then come back. I will get you the lunch. I know people stuff. But I think there's some snacks back there if you want something right now. But half-hour break, unless you're going to the restroom, stay in the jury room. And again, do not start discussing, don't show each other your notes, don't talk to anybody else about it. So I'll put you in the hands of Brenda and we'll be back in about 11:15.
Okay, so we've got a half-hour break here. The defense lawyer seems extremely confident.
Here.
Let's see if the prosecutor and his dad talk this one over, see how he did. Now that we're at halftime. The judge said that the lawyers have other courts that need them right now. So I guess we watch Thurston 1, 2, and 3. I don't know, where are they gonna be?
Recess until you're back.
Good job.
Recess until you're back. It's a Zoom one? He's logging into Zoom right there.
17, right? That's where my number is.
I believe that is correct.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, let's find this. What's the court he's zooming into right now?
And I can attach the flash drive really quick so that you're able to sign it.
Let's do that.
Sloth Life, thanks for gifting a membership. Appreciate this. Went to Gritty Gret. Congratulations. Okay, he's logging into another Thurston County court, I think. Court 1 is live. Let's see. Oh no, now he's headed off to a corner. Let's see. 1, 2 is live. We're in 4. Let me see if 3 is live as well. He could be anywhere.
The jurors are requesting when the witnesses are on the stand, that they speak a little louder.
Okay.
Okay.
We didn't hear any of the
be in
evidence.
recess until we have Mr. Smith back.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna do quickly. We're gonna pop over to one of the other courts and see where they're at. Let's see. It's gonna be. I think we're gonna be in. I think he's going to 2. Let's see. 1 is right here. Let's see if he's in 1. Might be in 1.
Okay, so I put down here to release Jace by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
I'm trying to see where he pops in. Kathleen Thurston, is the town named after her? Hey, Mrs. Ari, how are you doing? Could also
Good morning,
be 3.
Kathleen.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I've been struggling a little bit.
You know, I got terminated from my job at Mod for having standards that, you know, my boss didn't agree with. I was at home sick with a migraine and feeling nauseous, having COVID symptoms, and didn't show up to work, and then I got fired for it. So, you know, I'm struggling with that.
Right.
I'm not able to find another job right now. I've had a lot of interviews. I redid my resume. It looks so good. It looks so good. I'm so excited about it. Like so like the first couple resumes, I looked at them and I was like, ew, I would not hire myself if I saw somebody turn in this resume. So I understand why they didn't call me back. But now I've like actually taken some time. I used this app called Canva. And they have really good templates for resumes and things like that, and it's free, so that's cool. And so I've made a really nice resume and am looking for a new job. Let's see what else I have.
I will tell you, Kathleen, that's the same app that Isaac used, and it got him a job as a prosecutor.
Well, there you go.
So who knows? There might be a future for you.
We have some openings.
In prosecutor? Man, I love verbally arguing. Like, that's my jam right there. But
You'll fit right
that
in.
is my jam. But I mean, you know, let's talk after I get my criminal record fixed, eh?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, and then things have been going really well. I did my 5th step with my sponsor.
Yay.
And I don't like talking. Okay, so I'm going to lie a little bit. I don't like talking about myself too much. But I am really thoroughly pleased with the progress that I have made on this 5th step.
That is
because
awesome,
the things that I identified going around this time in my step work was more like what my character defects were, how the behaviors that I displayed were harmful to other people, and it really took their perspective of what the harms could have been compared to just like, oh yeah, I like when I first did my steps, I would just write, oh, I stole from this person because they made me angry. But instead, this time I figured out like, oh, I was envious of what they had. I didn't want to work for it, so I stole from them. And it caused them pain because it caused them fear of it happening again, or a sense of loss or a resentment. And like, it's just,
awesome.
It's so much more work that I've done this time than any other time before. And I'm like, oh my gosh, no wonder I've been suffering this whole time. This is how I'm actually supposed to do it. And nobody's told me that that's the work. And, you know, like it's been really encouraging to me to find that I will be able to help someone else with and help myself, you know, like first help myself. Like I'm actually really comfortable with and secure in my sobriety.
That's awesome.
For the first time in my life. You know, we don't have power where I live. But my roommates and I have a propane gas grill, and we have, you know, cast iron skillets. So we just turned on the grill and threw everything in the skillets last night. We were like, we don't need power. We don't need it, man. We got it. It was pretty fun.
That's awesome.
And it turned out really good. We made
this is not the court that
shake and
we need to be
bake
at.
chicken with fried rice and green beans, and you know, everybody that was home ate dinner together as a group, and you know, our food's probably going to go bad in the fridge, but that's all right. You know, we can always get more. And I had to drive 20 miles just to go get a coffee yesterday, though. That was rough. That was rough.
Okay, so I have to ask, you don't have the propane grill indoors, do you?
No, we got it out on the patio. Come on, I'm good.
Okay.
I know some things.
Yeah, you do know some things.
We went to Dick's Sporting Goods because I did forget that we have a propane grill yesterday. And so we went to the store and bought one of those little Benson burner things that you can put on, like when you go camping, like a little mini one. And my stepdad was like, "Please don't put that in the house." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay." And then I was looking around and like, okay, well, we'll bring it out to the patio. And I'm like, oh my gosh, we have a charcoal grill and a propane grill. Why didn't we just use that? And we still have hot water, so because it's gas.
Right.
So we do have that. So I mean, we're doing okay, but I guess we're not expected to get power back until Friday, so that's a little.
This is the
difficult.
The bomb cyclone
so that's why I'm in my car, because I need to be able to charge my phone to do a Zoom call. So, doing what you got to do. And
yeah, my daughter's in Sammamish. She doesn't get her power back till Saturday.
Yeah, I saw some of the videos on that. Like, it doesn't look great. So yeah, and things have been going really well with the Oxford House. We have a full house now. I'm really trying to get involved with some community service in the area. And like I've told Zach, I've been struggling with a little bit finding a place that will allow me to do community service with my criminal record. Like I can't go do community service at an old folks home because of my residential burglaries and my assaults, crimes against people. I can't work with elderly. I can't work with children. So that really limits what I can do. I did find a place in the area that works with pets that will, I haven't really asked. I just asked them if I could do community service with them, and they said yes. And I will probably go in there later today and check in with them, see if I need to fill out some sort of application or something.
Yeah, we have a lot of folks who do their community service with animal services.
Yeah.
So, that's a really nice thing to do.
Yeah, and like the Salvation Army, their website is so difficult to navigate. Like
calling out the Salvation Army,
it's like talking to a wall. So it's difficult. And then let's see what else. I just celebrated 2 years and a month clean and sober.
All right, nice job.
Yeah, and taking my medicine as prescribed, and
I'm super happy.
Going to a lot of meetings. I did have another kind of like maybe a good loophole idea for community service. If I were to sign up to maybe answer the phones as like at the general service office for like the Eastside Interim Group or something like that. Technically, I would be doing service for a nonprofit organization, so wouldn't that technically qualify me for getting hours?
It would technically qualify you and actually qualify you.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
That'll work.
I'll do that then, because I do love the animals, but I just yeah.
Okay. Well, you can answer the phone and then walk the dog.
Yeah, or I could do both and then get them done. I mean, I'm not working. There's plenty of time for me to be doing that.
That's right. Yeah. So, Kathleen, what I have to say is I always appreciate, and I have since you came back, I've appreciated how open you are about your situation, how open you are with all of us by saying it out loud, but most importantly, how open you are with yourself. You acknowledge all the things you struggle with. You acknowledge all the different things that you have to work on. And today you were saying what a great discovery it was for you to acknowledge the impact of your actions on others. that step 5 approach. And I'm just really impressed about your ability to do that and your openness with yourself and others about it. So I think that is so healthy for you.
This is what recovery looks like if done properly.
Awesome job. Awesome job.
Okay.
This is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Kathleen, I gotta kick myself in the butt. I totally forgot you were up north. So how was the storm for you guys? I mean, you don't have power till Friday. So how'd you guys fare for the most part though? No damage to the house?
It was completely crazy because our neighbor, one of our neighbors, has this tree that's like literally the size of my body or larger that fell in their yard, but it didn't fall in ours. And I don't know how that happened. I drove around the area. I drove until I found power. So I mean, the whole neighborhood's out. The traffic lights were out. Driving around was like the end of the world or something like that. I was like, so this is what it would be like if zombies took over the earth. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know all too familiar because of where I used to live. It was just constant. The wind gets stuck right there, living over the Ording Valley. And
I thrive in that though. Like I do. Like it gives me the adrenaline that I need to like actually focus because I have probably have ADHD or something like that. It makes it really difficult for me to work when I'm feeling too comfortable. Like I have to make myself uncomfortable before I do anything. And I've gotten really good at disassociating, so it's really hard for me to find motivation to do anything other than just work. So it sucks, but as on the same foot, we're doing okay with the weather, and we're doing we still have hot water. None of our windows or glass or anything like that was broken. Most of us have been staying in the living room, huddling together, sleeping at night. Everybody's like, oh, we'll just all hang out in the living room by candlelight. And we've been playing board games and puzzles and would you rather games and stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of a really good bonding experience.
yeah, good. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, I've fared my share of storms and stuff, and I know the whole candlelit board game sessions and everything. I'll part with this. I'll send you the community service forms if you don't already have them. I think I forgot to ask that. Okay, I'll get those emailed out to you today. Let me know if you have any issues. I will gladly draft up a letterhead with information about what you're doing in the court, how well you're doing and everything, and get it sent to you so you don't have any bumps in the road with your community service. And then you can present it come your next court hearing, which I believe is towards mid-end December, prior to Christmas. And that way you're ready to go, and next step's graduation. So keep me in the loop, and I'll send you everything I got.
Okay.
Josh.
Kathleen, it's good to see you. I'm glad that you're in such good spirits, even with all of the power outage issues and all the things. So honestly, you're making me feel bad for being cold right now.
Yeah, we're real cold.
I know. So, but keep on top of figuring out the community service, and otherwise we'll see you next time.
Okay.
Isaac.
Kathleen, it's good to see you.
Hi.
Hello. Congratulations on your sobriety milestone. My goodness, that's really exciting, and I'm glad to hear that you're reaching even beyond just like timeline milestones. You're reaching other milestones within your sobriety journey, and I'm really, really proud of you for that. I really commend you on that. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? Not going to see you till then.
Well, so all the people in the Oxford chapter, so there's a couple different ideas going around. The Oxford chapter wants Peabody, the house that I live at, to host Thanksgiving because we have the largest single floor kitchen area, dining room, whatever. I got invited to my mother's house for Thanksgiving, and there was another invite that I had somewhere. I can't remember exactly where it was, but you know, I don't know yet. I mean, I might do a few different things. It's still up in the air. Can't confirm.
Well, whatever you do, enjoy it. And it's crazy to think you're so close to the end. My goodness.
Yay,
finish strong here.
That's awesome. This is just
all right. Well, I'm pretty sure Oxford's going to want to have you guys host it because they know you have both a propane grill and a camp stove.
Right?
Yeah. So no matter what, you guys will be able to cook.
Oh, speaking of cooking and gardening, so I actually was able to harvest 2 green bell peppers that I planted from seeds. They came out to be like this big. So they were like super but I had to pluck them off the vine because they were starting to freeze. But I was actually able to cook with something that I made out of the garden yesterday. And that was like such a good self-confidence builder. I don't know how to describe it, but I don't know how to describe that feeling, but it was really awesome.
Yeah, well, that's the joy of planting and growing your own food. That is, people love that. Just to think that you have the power to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, Kathleen, we see you again on the 19th of December.
Okay.
For your penultimate session, and your graduation is the 16th of January.
Weird. Okay.
I hope you have power back by then.
I hope so too. Okay.
All right. Good seeing you, Kathleen.
See you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Let me cut from this really quickly. First of all, that is amazing. I'm so excited for Kathleen. I love seeing drug courts in action for that reason, because they're so hopeful, they're so optimistic, and for anyone who was either stared addiction in the face or seen it raise its ugly head in your family, it is soul crushingly depressing to see what it can do. But equally, recovery is beautiful. Recovery is so hopeful and so amazing, and to see Kathleen well on her path to recovery looks amazing. Oxford House, Peabody, is it in Bothell, Washington? Is that where she was at? Recovery, responsibility, replication. It's a sober living home. Anyway, that was just really cool. Kathleen, thanks for letting us just jump in and see you there. Let's see. We need to go back to court here in just a minute, because in just a second, well, it looks like we're about to start right now.
I don't want it to do. So we're there.
I'm going to back up. I'm going to back up for a minute here.
And furniture moving. So maybe.
Oh, sorry. We're going to play it at the beginning.
And furniture moving. So maybe shift it.
And watch 1.25 speed so we can get caught up.
I'll keep going until the court says.
I think come back, Mr. Holt, come back my way, because everybody needs to be able to see.
We'll be caught up in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
All right. That will help. Yeah, and I was contemplating, now that exhibits are kind of done from the state, maybe, and I don't know if our cord though for this device is long enough to rotate defense table 90, but I don't know if you need to be concerned with the screen right now or not.
I'll live with the screen. It's definitely something you're going to want to look at. It does not appear that there's tons of room for that.
Or maybe that's a solution.
In a different case, either that screen probably should be working.
I agree.
Or that, but.
I know, I wish we had better facilities. All right, so we're ready to live and learn. We're bringing the jury in.
You'll bring the jury. They need one of my cords. I have cables for that. I can plug everything in.
I didn't intentionally. I don't. Do you want me to switch it to HDMI 2?
As long as it's dark.
HDMI 1?
Leave it alone.
There we are.
I don't want it to do. So the dark. Less distracting. And then that needs to somehow get turned off because that's very distracting. Come on in and have a seat if you would.
Turn off the static, please.
Let me do away with that screen. Distracting.
Is this one?
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. right, thanks, folks. We're ready to go forward. Everyone can be seated. And turning to Mr. Smith.
We would call it the stand, Brennan Morris.
All right, Mr. Lucas, why don't you come on over and I'll put you under oath before you
Defendant
sit
takes
down.
a stand. Here we go. This is where it turns into a he said, he
Here and
said.
face me.
Right over there. Sorry.
Have you raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, have a seat.
A simple yes will do, or I do.
Decided maybe this would help and would do better. Let's shoot the witness stand.
All right. Brennan, will you please state your full name, spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Brennan Philip Luris. First name spelled Brennen, last name Luras.
And do you have a daughter?
I do.
How old is she?
She is about to be 3 in a week and a half.
And on September 29th, 2023, was she in the car with you?
She was.
And right before the accident that occurred with Mr. Pease, maybe let's take about 15 minutes back in time. What were you doing at that time?
I had just picked her up from daycare and gotten off work that day.
And where were you going?
Home, down Yelm Highway.
And do you know the direction you were traveling?
Forward.
Just the cardinal.
Yeah.
If you don't know, that's fine.
No, just, from daycare towards home.
Right.
It's going forward. We turn the TV back on?
It's the one below it, the cable, and it's HDMI 2 is the display.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do they help each other? I'll give you a hint. East is generally where the sun comes up. West is where it goes
Specifically
down.
not.
We've got a 50-50 chance on the other two.
Handing you what's been marked and admitted as 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's the same thing that's been frozen on the screen in front of us, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you were coming from, and as I'm facing you right now, my right-hand side is where you started. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were basically heading to the left as I'm standing, correct?
Correct.
But if you're facing it, on the right-hand side, left-hand side, right? Reversed?
Correct.
Okay. So the way this is going to work is I'm not going to do it my way. I'm going to do it as you're facing it. So this is right-hand side, left-hand side. Okay?
As I'm facing it, that's left to right.
Okay. Sorry.
No worries.
I'm not good with my left and my right. So that's okay. Left-hand side, right-hand side.
Correct.
Okay. On the left-hand side, how far past the left-hand side is the daycare?
It's a ways down Yelm Highway out of the picture. It's I would say 1.5 miles or 2.
And so is that where you joined up to Yelm Highway?
Correct. I didn't, correct.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. Pease's Odyssey at any point on Yelm Highway?
No. Not until
later.
The curve, where we could almost see.
All right. So at some point here on this map, do you recall seeing the Odyssey?
Yes.
Approximately where?
Right up at the beginning. Really, it was more at the bend that we can't see right out of the frame.
All right. So just past on the right-hand side.
Correct.
And what brought the Odyssey to your attention?
There's 2 lanes approaching the intersection. I was on the right side, he was on the left, and I did get in front of him.
Okay. So hang on one second.
This is real. This is live out of Thurston, Washington. We're actually like a minute behind right now, but other than that, it's live. We'll be caught up here in just a second if we aren't right now. Their voices.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 11. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 11?
I do.
What is that?
That's a intersection on Yelm Highway. That's the intersection I initially got rear-ended.
And is this intersection where you were talking about where they had the multiple lanes?
Correct.
All right. This photograph is not taken on that day, correct?
No.
But it depicts the area.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
I am offering Exhibit 11.
No objection.
All right, 11 is admitted.
All right, I froze it on the screen and I'm handing it to you. Okay? So, using this, although it just depicts the intersection, right?
Yes.
Yes. The road has other lanes as we go further back, correct? These lanes that are here depicted, they continue on further back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Using these lanes, can you tell me which lane you were in?
I was in the leftmost lane, but not in the left turn lane or oncoming lane. Actually, this center one that looks like the picture was taken from. That's the lane I was in.
So to be clear, do you see a Y and a Google?
I do.
Is that the lane that you're in?
Correct.
So the lane that has the Y and the Google in it, that's the lane that you were traveling.
There's Google lanes up there.
The Odyssey, what lane was the Odyssey?
So at this point, from where this picture was taken, I'd have been where the picture taker was, he was behind me.
And did that change as you advanced through the intersection?
No.
And what happened as you advanced through the intersection?
I was going through the intersection doing about 35 as I would, and I got rear-ended because he was mad that I got...
So you got rear-ended?
Yes.
Okay. Where in this did you get rear-ended?
4/5
in the rear,
maybe 3/5 of the way through the intersection.
Can we use quarters instead of fifths?
So not quite to the crosswalk that we see under the street lights.
Correct, in between the crosswalks.
All right. Were you stopped at any point in this intersection?
Not in the intersection, no.
Did you have green lights in the intersection?
They were green, yes.
Although we can't see, we can only see like a little bit of it here up in the upper corner. There was this light, this intersection had a four-way light system. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that light was green?
Yes.
Same as the light that we see here?
Yes.
And at any point in this intersection area, had you come to a stop?
No.
And at some point after you were hit from the rear, did the Odyssey pass you?
So?
It's kind of yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, how did that happen?
Right there, there's gravel where it looks kind of like yellow grass. So I got hit in the intersection and I tried to pull over right there to avoid pulling over on the bridge. And
so
he then
pulled,
passed.
hang on, so I want to be clear. Mm-hmm. On this photograph, you pulled over to the side of the intersection, kind of where my pen is pointing now?
Yes, after the farthest crosswalk that we see there.
Okay, so not in the intersection, but into the gravel area that is beyond.
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
I pulled over because I just got rear-ended and I figured we were gonna swap insurance information, and he passed me and hit and ran away.
So he passed you on your driver's side?
Correct.
And then once he passed you, what did you do?
Merged back into my lane and followed him to try to document his license plate and information.
And We saw a video earlier. Is that correct? Do you remember seeing that? Mm-hmm. Yes. It's all right. Who took that video?
That was me.
Why?
Because I just got hit and run on, so I wanted to try and document his license plate, but with my Android phone and 48 megapixel camera, you couldn't really see his license plate too clearly.
And at this point, the video stops, correct?
Correct.
Why'd you stop the video?
I was on the phone already during the whole interaction. So it's not safe to operate a cellular device and a vehicle at the same time. I thought I included all of my words saying this guy just hit me and he's running, but it did cut off a little early.
But you did your best to try to record the vehicle that was in front of you.
Correct.
The video shows that there were no cars between your car and the Honda Odyssey. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Is that how you recall the scene?
It is.
There was, so basically between you and the Odyssey, there were no other vehicles that had passed either of you.
Correct.
At some point, another collision occurs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where does that occur?
Down the road a ways, I would say quarter mile. I was trying to.
So you saw how Mr. Pease described it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that approximately where it occurred?
Approximately.
You don't know exactly, right?
Right.
So you're approximating as well, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any major objection to his approximation as to where this occurred?
No, I think we agree on where it occurred.
All right. Now, what was going on with you immediately prior to the collision?
The initial rear ending?
No, the second collision. So we are now down the road. What are you planning on doing?
I wanted to pass him and slow down and get more footage of maybe his face. Neither of us had tinted windows. So I was trying to get in front of him and further document since he was trying to run away.
And
I was trying to catch him.
At some point, did you move out of the normal lane of travel?
I did.
And where did you go?
Into the merging center lane, which is shared for taking turns and passing.
And
it's a passing lane?
You attempted to pass.
Correct.
At some point, something happened to stop that, right?
Correct.
From your point of view, what was that?
He went right into the side of my car to prevent me from getting in front of him.
And what did you do immediately after that?
I pulled over after, because that was a severe enough collision to let him go. But he also pulled over.
When you were traveling, at any point, did you try to move into his lane?
No.
At any point, were you doing something that you believed endangered your daughter?
No.
Did you think that you could pass him and get the information that you needed
safely
for any potential claim safely?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because I deemed it necessary in the moment. I was very jumbled by the fact I just got rear-ended initially. So I just didn't want that to be like forgotten about or gotten away with.
When you pulled over, did he pull over in front of you?
Yes.
What happened when you got out of the car?
Well, I first checked on my daughter, made sure we were both safe, and I observed the damage on the passenger side of my vehicle. And he and I mutually approached each other with...
All right, I'm going to pause right there for 1 second. There's something I forgot. When the cars collided, did you lose control of your vehicle?
No. What
did you do with your vehicle?
I braked, got back into the proper lane, and pulled over immediately.
Okay. Where did you and he meet?
May I refer to a document?
Yeah, so hang on a second. Let me...
Can I look at my story so I get the facts straight? See what he's going to do here.
I have frozen and given you 12. Same thing on the screen, correct?
Correct.
All right. Using this, can we identify where you guys met?
We can.
All right. Where approximately? Okay, sorry. Just to be clear, this was not taken on the day of the incident, correct?
Correct. I don't believe so.
All right. Your cars are not depicted in this photograph?
They're not.
And while there are cars in this photograph, they don't have anything to do with you.
Correct.
We're just doing it to locate a place where this occurred, correct?
Correct.
All right, fine. With that understanding, where did you guys meet?
So where we can see a white Chevrolet Tahoe or Suburban, that's where Mr. Pease had pulled over, and I'd pulled over a little sooner right here.
When you say right here, where he's been?
Right past where the picket fence starts turning, and there's some grass and stuff right there. Right there. Yep.
Were you parked in the same direction as the traffic, or were you parked with your rear end to Yellow Highway?
I was in the same direction as traffic.
And was he parked in the same direction as traffic?
Correct.
Oh, wait,
all right. And so there was a gravel or some sort of driveway in between you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
Where did
yes
you guys
is the answer.
In between our cars, right in the middle.
It would be fair to say there wasn't a ton of space in between your cars?
There was a good 40 feet.
Okay, so.
Oh, so you had like
you're you,
entrance music
I'm
and
me.
approached.
Okay. If you are standing exactly at the rear bumper of his Odyssey, and I, at some point, I'm going to want to stand at the front bumper of your Chevrolet. Is that space a space that can be described in this courtroom?
Yes.
So what I'm asking is if it's too big, like a battleship couldn't fit in this courtroom, right?
Correct.
Okay, so is the space big enough to fit in this courtroom?
Yes.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to walk backward, say stop when I am now standing at the very rear of your car. I'm sorry, strike that. The very front of your car, you are standing at the very rear of his car. You with me?
Yes.
Okay, so just tell me to stop.
It was farther.
Farther than this?
Yes.
He said it out of the courtroom.
So not something that can be taken in the courtroom.
Unless we go more towards that corner, no.
Okay, so the picture doesn't necessarily do it a ton of justice. It was a fairly big intersection.
It is a really big turnoff. The depth perception from the camera doesn't do justice at all.
Okay. And you're not 100% sure where exactly you and he met?
I am positive that we physically met in between our cars.
So, right, I'm sorry, but not exactly like if
If you're the rear of his car, could I walk back and say, yep, now we're here?
Not really.
Okay. Was it right at his bumper?
Where I saw him?
No, where you and he met, was it right at his bumper?
No.
Was it within touching distance of his bumper?
Not at all.
Was it as close to his bumper from where the podium is to where you are on the witness stand?
No.
At some point, did somebody else become involved?
Yes.
Describe how that occurred.
A stranger alleged themselves as a witness, came and instead of separating our altercation, joined in on his side and began.
When you say his side, you're talking about
on
Mr.
Mr. Pease's side and began guillotine choking me. I was half upside down, and it was two of them versus me.
And then he did a pile driver.
And what eventually happened?
They took my keys out of my. So I was subdued by the stranger, and this stranger told Mr. Pease to take my keys out of my ignition, and Mr. Pease gave them to this stranger, and I was held on to basically until a cop car was visible.
All right, and then what happened?
I was labeled.
Were you let go?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay. And when you were let go, was there an officer on the scene?
Yes.
And was that the officer who testified?
I don't recall.
All right.
I can't remember.
There was more than one officer who was present.
Correct.
Do you recall talking to the officer who testified?
He looks a lot different now, but I do believe so. I more so do recall the last name Gamblin.
Okay. And did you tell him about what had happened to you with the person who did the choke?
Yes.
Was that person still on scene?
No.
That person had left?
Yes.
Were you upset about that?
Yes.
Did you express that to Officer Gamblin, Deputy Gamblin?
Yes.
You heard how Deputy Gamblin explained your demeanor at the time of him talking to you. Is that correct?
I did.
Was that consistent with your recollection?
Yes and no.
So what's different?
I think with how I explained things to him and how I had passed, I'd initially, when Mr. Pease and I saw each other's cars initially way down the road, and I passed him and I was in the right lane and got in front of him, I believe Mr. Former Deputy Gamblin misconstrued that passing on the right with our vehicles' damage to be inconsistent, because I do know which side of whose car hit who.
And you're clear that you were in the shared lane, and when the collision occurred, that was where your car was.
Correct.
Was it entirely within the lane?
Yeah, I was.
And you're clear that the car, the Odyssey that was driven by Mr. Pease, was in his lane.
He was.
And moved over into your lane.
Correct.
And you believed that you articulated that to the officer correctly?
Yes.
At any point, did you believe a collision was going to occur at this spot?
No.
Would you have put your daughter in that situation if you believed a collision was going to occur?
Never.
I have nothing to say.
Mr. Holcomb, cross-examination.
Okay, let's see how he does on this cross. Because
thank you.
The lawyer is not able to cut him off before he says something wrong. Now, the objections will have to be based on a objectionable occurrence. think they should take both these, both these kids' driver's license. Make them wait 5 years and then try again. You just give them a water? Both of them sound very rehearsed. Like they've planned out their story and what they're going to say. Waiting for the prosecutor to find the right exhibit and then start talking. Maybe log into your computer again or something? What would you like to do right now? There we go. Nope. Oh, he takes a still shot and leaves it up on the screen. That's pretty cool.
Okay. First of all, am I blocking your view of the video from here?
You are.
Okay.
Yes, you are. There we go. Now we can see you.
Good now?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can, okay.
Judge is like,
Can you see?
I'm good.
All right.
Okay. So, firstly, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid with the previous witness, the state moves to admit Exhibit 13A.
This is the one that was marked by the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, 13A is admitted.
Okay. So, first of all, earlier today, for the testimony from Officer Gamblin, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Gamblin stated that the account you provided was consistent with Mr. P's up until the point of the collision, correct? The C mark there.
He did say that.
Okay. And that would be inaccurate, correct?
Yes. So, yes.
Okay. So in this intersection, you're testifying here today that you did not stop in this intersection. You didn't come to a sudden stop.
That is what I'm testifying.
Okay. So, and then after your car and Mr. P's car connects here, your testimony is that did you say that you pulled off to the side to get your information, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So so would you say that Mr. P's description of the road here is accurate when it comes to the speed limits?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would agree that this portion is 50 miles per hour?
It is.
Okay. Would you say that Mr. P's was likely going roughly 15 miles per hour along this section?
He was.
Okay. So
you were speeding to
you
pass
pull
him.
over to the side here, and you're at a dead stop at this point, correct?
Correct. After I'd gone through the intersection.
Yes, after gone through the intersection.
How fast
So
were you
you
driving to catch
accelerated from 0 to roughly 50 miles per hour from here to there, correct? To catch up to Mr. P's.
Correct.
Okay. So, and you said your goal was to get Mr. P's information, correct? To, I assume, report to insurance or to the police?
Correct.
Okay. As you were approaching Mr. P's, were you able to see his license plate?
With my eyes.
Okay.
would you have been able to recall, say, at the time, not now, but at the time, would you say you would have been able to recall, say, the first 3 digits or letters of the license plate?
No, I don't have that type of memory at all.
Okay.
I've got one of those. I can't remember the certain things. Dates and names. That's my problem. Dates and names are my weakness. License plates are a breeze. Dates and names, yeah. He's logging into his computer again. Okay, so I was wrong. Apparently, this is the defendant's dad who was sitting on the prosecution side, possibly to distance himself from the bad behavior of his son. Not the prosecutors. I heard wrong. I apologize. That ruins all our fun comments. Well, hopefully, I'm hopeful that it's the defendant's dad who drove him here, and the defendant didn't drive here himself, because I think neither defendant nor the victim witness should be driving.
I'm going to be showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 14 up on the screen here.
Just hit me.
This guy just hit me.
Okay. So, just from this, at this point, from this angle, you have not attempted to pass Mr. Pease after the, like you said, the fender bender that occurred at the intersection, right? You haven't passed him at this point?
Correct. Reason being, I was in a V8 running on 6 cylinders. Therefore, my car would not go.
Okay.
Not very fast at all. It was very slow.
Okay.
V8 running on 6 cylinders.
Okay. Can you tell me what make or model this vehicle is?
That is Mr. Pease's Honda Odyssey.
Okay. Can you tell me what color it is?
Beige.
Okay. And you, are you familiar with this area?
I am.
Okay. But you say you can't remember like first 3 digits of the plate if you had tried to at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no, don't buffer. Okay, we're good.
It's back. So back up on the screen really quick.
That was their feed that was buffering. Mine is great. Should have had a V8. Should have had a Snickers. Man, both of these guys seem to cool off a bit. So if your V8 only runs on like 4 cylinders on one side, would that be a straight 4 at that point?
Okay. Thank you. All right, so the incident starts here. You pull off to the side of the road. You slowly accelerate from 0 to 50 between here and here. And at the point of the video, you're behind it, you can make out the make, model, color of the car. You can't remember the 3 license plates if you had tried to. So you attempt to pass roughly around this area, correct? Or not pass, you come up alongside it roughly this area, correct?
In the moment, I didn't say I could make out the make and model of the car. I figured that out today because I heard him say it was a Honda Odyssey. I'm not good with photographic memory, colors. I didn't know what color it was gonna be the next day.
Would it have changed colors the next day?
No.
He works in auto body.
Okay. Did you not know what a Odyssey looked like before that day?
No, I didn't care to look at makes and models of cars. I knew it was a van.
Okay. So, but throughout this time, you're focusing on getting information, right, for the police or insurance so that you can call it in later, right?
Yeah, to hopefully document it, therefore it's proven.
Gotcha.
On what the car was.
Okay. So, but had he never stopped and told you what make and model his car was, you wouldn't have been able to figure out what his make and car was by the video?
I guess I could have forensically researched that later on, but I was pretty jumbled and concerned with the situation initially.
Okay. Would you have been able to show that video to an officer who wanted to take a look at it?
I mean, I'd prefer to have the license plate number documented, because otherwise it's just any other tan van.
Okay. And you'd be able to tell them where this happened, correct? Because you're familiar with the area, right?
Correct.
And you'd be able to tell them what time, what day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd be able to show them, okay. All right, so at the collision site, what you're testifying to the jury here today is that Mr. Peace moved over, and was this a deliberate, in your mind, a deliberate attempt to keep you from passing him?
Correct.
Okay. So.
Might need an okay counter. Lots of okays here, which I think the prosecutor says means.
What made you think it was intentional?
Doesn't think it's okay.
Because he must have seen me coming up on the side of him. His car hit mine.
Okay. Okay. After the incident that occurred here in the intersection, how did you feel?
Shook up.
Very concerned about why it would even happen.
No, for this part or this part? Like,
you said at the intersection.
At the intersection up here. So so why this fender bender happened?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
He's got a lot of okays.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 3. Or so. Put up on the screen. System here. Can you point to the damage on your vehicle that resulted from the fender bender?
Clearly, not much physical exterior damage is very clearly visible. That was because it's a strong bumper. It was you can see how strong the car looks. I think we could agree.
I only drive strong cars.
You can't point to any damage on it currently because of the type of car you got, right?
Right.
Okay. Did you happen to take a closer look at? Like, did you see anything when you took a closer look at it later?
Yeah, I mean, there's scratches, but the paint was already so blemished.
Okay, so you couldn't tell.
I knew what my bumper looked like before and after. I knew that it got hit, but obviously you can't tell major damage on it.
Okay. So you can't see it in the photograph, but it's there.
Correct.
Okay.
I buy cars based on how strong they look.
So in response to, so you're concerned when this fender bender occurred, and out of concern, you go from 0 to 50, you drive up next to the car that you had a video of, and you're attempting to get a video of the driver, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the collision happens.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Are you okay?
All right.
I'm all right.
And earlier you described the collision that occurred. You said that it was, I think the words you said were a severe enough collision to essentially let him go at that point, right? After the collision where your car is connected and we saw the damage to Mr. P's van and to your car, after that happened, you believe that that was severe enough to let him go, right? You pulled off to the side just to check on your daughter and make sure everyone's safe. And so it was severe enough
Objection
for that, right?
compound.
In the moment, he had in fact hindered our safety enough for me to separate, like make distance between our cars. I braked, got back into the proper lane, and pulled over immediately.
Okay, so but this was a severe enough crash that your first thought was safety and pulling off to the side, making sure everyone's okay, correct?
Correct.
So this was a pretty serious collision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever reported a car being involved in a hit and run before?
Not in a hit and run specifically. I've reported ditched vehicles before.
Okay.
Which is complete opposite of a hit and run. That's where you park and run, which is not a hit and run. I guess you could hit,
right.
park, and then
nothing
run.
further, Your Honor.
The state rests on that. Oh my!
When
goodness.
you pulled your car over on right up on the approach up to the bridge, did you get a chance to get out of your car and look for damage?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Sorry. Let me. I am showing you defense 11. You've pulled over here on the basically the ramp that's just up to the bridge. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that point, did you get a chance to get out and look at your car?
No.
If you had seen that was the damage to your car, would you have gone on?
Would I have what?
Gone on? Would you have continued with the course that you took?
No, because no one can really tell.
And while it was clear that your car was collided, you did not know the extent of damage.
Correct.
Which is why you continued to do what you did.
Correct.
Did you ever intentionally put your daughter in danger?
No.
And nothing further.
Did we cross the Missouri?
Just yes, Your Honor. No.
Okay, we're almost done here. I think we're to closings in just a moment.
So then after the intersection, you felt concerned. Could you further elaborate? What do you mean by you felt concerned?
I don't know how to define the word concerned, but that's the main word I'd like to use.
Did you say there was any anger?
Nope.
There was no anger?
None.
Okay. Would you say that during the collision here, that was an unsafe situation?
That was scary. I was scared for our safety.
Okay.
Fearful.
Would that have happened if you had not accelerated from 0 to 50 miles per hour and driven up right next to the car that you just had an altercation with?
Should I have expected it?
No, had you never driven up next to this car, would that accident have happened?
Of course not.
Would you say that this was a dangerous situation?
Yes.
Okay. How so?
I got rear-ended without a reason, like a valid reason at all.
Okay, that's upsetting. That's angry. But how is that dangerous?
Let's not call me angry if I haven't said that.
Okay, that's concerning. How is that dangerous?
How isn't it a danger to collide two vehicles together?
Let me put it this way. Would you say that this was significantly more dangerous than this?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
I have nothing further.
All right. So,
Right.
Mr. Lewis, why don't you sit down and have a seat with your attorney?
Sure.
Anything on the podium or any other exhibits other than lots of stuff on the podium?
There is one over here. There's this. Oh, yeah, that's not correct.
All right. So now we have closings. Gather up all the evidence for the judge.
Right. So, any other information, evidence?
You're on defense rest.
Okay. So, I think it's a good time to take a lunch break.
What are the stickers on the defense laptop?
Holcomb, will there be a rebuttal case? Or do you need time to ponder?
If I could have some time and get back to the court.
Okay. So we're going to take a lunch break, and I think I'm releasing you. We'll your phone's back and so forth, but I'll tell you what time to be back.
Oh my goodness.
So we'll be in recess and
He's like,
go with you again.
Rebuttal?
What you do and don't do during this recess and any other lunch. Don't discuss this case among each other. Don't show each other your notes or any information. And those notes have to stay here. Brenda will collect all that information. And so remember, maybe on the front page, you put some sort of initial or something that tells us that's your notebook that you get them back when you come back to lunch. So don't talk about this with anyone else, family, friends, coworkers, anybody. They're going to ask, wow, what's going on? You got picked for a jury. You tell them can't talk about it, tell you all about it later. So as well, be really careful about your internet communications, blogging, any way that you communicate, but especially there, as we talked about yesterday, you go on social media and you tell folks you got picked for a jury, all of a sudden they're going to start looking things up. They're going to start sending information, and very quickly, innocently, you've now violated your oath, and we have to start all over again, and that would be awful. So I don't want you to do that. So be really careful about your communication. Let's see. Of course, don't allow them to give you information about this. And part of that is don't hang out in this building for lunch. You can come back to the jury room if you'd like, but don't wander around in the building. Don't hang out in the public areas. If you want to stay here, come, stay in the jury room. And
you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Tripping over anyone who's involved in this case, overhearing information about this case that has been brought to you during trial. And if you do overhear something, don't discuss it among yourselves. Let Brenda know, and I'll figure out what we have to do, if anything. And of course, don't conduct any research. You now know where this is alleged to have occurred, so you will not go there and investigate. You will not go there and investigate. Now, if you pass through there naturally during this break,
Keep
you
your
won't
eyes
stop
closed
and
while you
investigate.
drive.
You won't give it any other attention than to given it, 2 days before today or Sunday when you didn't know you were on this jury. And don't look up any words, any definitions, any law, any people, anything. Don't do any research of any kind.
Don't look that up.
About the issues here, the law, definitions, or people. And so the hope that all this, your commitment here keeps your mind open and free to receive the information during trial and only during trial.
It's the longest instructions for a jury
let's see,
ever.
It is just past noon. I'd like everybody back by 1:15 so we can get started right away.
Ooh, we get a late lunch.
Right?
It's noon now, 1:15. That puts us at 4:15 Eastern time. This is live right now. Yes, Mel, this is live. Thurston Washington delivers once again with this nail-biter, edge of the seat courtroom drama unfolding in the conference room.
You did?
Was it reckless driving?
Anything to take up before we break for lunch?
Your Honor, I did send Mr. Holcomb a WIPIC. I don't recall that there was a multiple count instruction in the packet.
I didn't see one.
So I would just request that also, since he's testifying. Since he's testified, that can be removed. But other than that, I don't have any other concerns regarding.
Okay. Well, why don't we quickly talk about these? Is there any objection? I mean, if there's extensive objections, we can talk about that more. But if from what's been proposed by the state, other than, of course, the one that doesn't apply any longer since your client testified, and if we include your instruction, any objections to the ones that are offered by the state?
No.
Okay. Any objection to the multiple count WIPIC be included?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I think I can kind of put together some instructions then.
If you'd like, I can actually email it to the court. I just didn't know your email address and I didn't want
That'd be great. Brenda, how can we
Mr. Holcomb,
get,
did you get a chance to take a look at the one that I sent?
instruction.
I have not as of yet, but I can take a quick look.
Okay. I should talk with Brenda about how she wants that.
There we are.
And the only other issue is if you could correct those verdict forms, Mr. Holcomb, take out count 1 and count 2.
Yes, Your Honor.
And provide us a copy of those.
Okay. So does the court only want copies of the verdict forms?
See that problem we talked about before,
yes.
Count 1, count 2. And I didn't see it anywhere else in the instruction.
I don't believe it's anywhere.
It's not.
So you just provide those uncited.
Yes.
And Madam Clerk can give me her email.
SOILEAD
@gmail.com.
co.thurston.law.us.
And I'm looking at the instruction provided by Mr. Smith, and I don't have any objection to it.
So just
S as in Sierra, O as in Oscar, L as in India, L as in Lima, E as in Echo, A as in Alpha, D as in Delta at co.thurston.law.us.
SOILEAD.
He goes phonetic. This is great.
SOILEAD.
That's what I think I said.
I think you did.
Okay.
We'll find out if we get to it.
Is it SOIL or SOL?
SOIL.
Okay. I think I got it right. You're right. I think I did.
All right. And of course, we'll talk quickly before to finalize these, but I think that's it. Nothing else from either of you. Then we can break for lunch, be back by 1:15.
I would just like to, after I provide the changed verdict forms, I would just like a copy of the court's version of the jury instructions. Because I'll be referring to them during my speech.
Both of you get that. I don't keep those
speech.
Quiet. Don't worry. We make a million times.
Ricky, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. That's it.
I'm making such a mistake.
So
Speech.
Make sure you get that good.
I'm looking for the appropriate vehicles to properly reenact this case. I'm digging in my son's box of cars. What was that? I'm trying to choose cars based on how strong they look. I think we have the right.
Get a bounce. I got to bounce it immediately. Okay. I will wait, but yeah. All right. Go.
Need one more.
Got it. Okay. Just be back here. Okay. Okay.
I need a superhero car. What does a superhero car drive?
These? No, the one that I sent you. Oh, yes, I did. Yeah.
And you're okay with the modification that I made?
Yes.
It's not 100%. But I think it's accurate.
Okay, this is Friday.
I apologize. We do not have any Hot Wheels versions of the minivan, and there's no way I'm breaking out my pristine. I'll show you here. Top Mark Media Sprinter van that was sent to me. It's literally, it's got my logo on it and everything. Here, let's go this way so you can see. This was sent to me by TYO Toys. There it is. Recovery Addict. Pickles Not Politics right there on the van. There's no way. The box is green, by the way. That's why you can't see it. I'm not going to break this out for this reenactment. I value it too much. It's still in the box. It's new, mint condition. But we will. Oh, I can't use this car either because it becomes clear, becomes transparent. Yes, this one has eyes on it, as you can see. I don't know, maybe this is a good one. I chose this one because it has a strong bumper. A strong bumper. I mean, look at this tail end. This back end looks pretty good. It looks like a courthouse, right? I mean, it looks just like that. Maybe we'll instead go with this. This is going to be, yeah, there's the strong bumper right there. That's the bumper. Okay, this is our defendant. This is our defendant, who is this is Doc, right? This is Doc from Lightning McQueen. Our victim, we're going to call him the victim, is driving this one. Okay, now what we don't know is how this all started. I'm guessing it was like at a light, and this guy's like, rum, rum, rum. And he's like, brum, 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 rum, rum, brum, brum, brum. And then they just took off like that. So I'm guessing that's how it started. And I'm just going to put this out there. He's got the V8, but he's only using 6 cylinders. Okay. So it's got the noise, but it doesn't have the oomph to really get going. So along comes Mr. Minivan, and he's running all 6 cylinders, lighter weight, and he passes. Passes the vroom, vroom V8. At this point, the driver at the V8, who has a kid in the back, you can see there in the back, the kid, the car seat, he gets a little upset. And fun fact about the V6, a V8 running as a V6, once you get up to speed, it can move still. It's just a little harder to get started. So this guy zoomed out in front. He's zoom, passes. This guy's like, no, you don't. Vroom, because he's got the pickup, because he's got the lightweight 6. Anyway, eventually, V6 gets in front and pulls over. He's like, got in front of you. It's a stoplight. And this guy's like, oh, yeah, I'll teach you a lesson. Boom. Okay? This guy's like, somebody hit my bumper. And he goes to pull over. And this guy's like, see ya, sucker. And he zoom down the road. This guy's like, oh, there he goes. I'm going to catch him. Vroom, broom comes flying up alongside him, and while they're side by side, this is where it's a little risky because we're not sure exactly how it happens. But it might have gone like vroom, or it might have gone like vroom. But either way, happened, and like that, and then zoom, and then they stop like this. Okay, and there's like 40 feet between them, and then they both get out. That's the doors, and they walk to each other. They walk to each other like this. And then they just sort of like go at it. Luckily at the time, while these guys are parked over here, okay? Well, actually, they're in other order like this. They're parked like that. Luckily, along comes Mr. Hero in his, I assume this is the type of car he drives. It has like a spinning saw blade that's like, zoom, and he's like, zoom, and he jumps out with his cape waving. And he looks at the two fighting, and clearly the guy in the vroom, vroom, the defendant, is whooping the other guy's butt. Because he decides to get to, side with the underdog, which is what heroes typically do. And he jumps in and they start, does the guillotine hold and here, take his keys so we can't get away and all that. And then that happens. And then while this is happening, so all three cars are then, here we have, along comes Washington's finest. Wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. And it pulls up along, it's like, hey, what's the problem here? And this guy's like, well, I'm out of here. I did my civic duty. Vroom. And he's gone. Witness is gone. And then the cop shows up and he writes the ticket after, figuring out that he doesn't know what happened. And this cop, by the way, brand new, 8 months on the job, and then he quit. I'm not saying he wasn't cut out to be an officer, but he's now delivering coats for a living. He's a merchandiser for Columbia. So where we have it right now, the vroom vroom driver says that the vroom vroom guy hit him twice. First from behind, then from the side, the other side, while he was trying to pass. This driver, the victim driver, says he stopped in front of me and there may have been a collision. It's like one of these, nobody knows if something hit. It could have happened. I'm not saying it didn't, but nobody knows if there was a there or not. So that happened, and then I passed him, and then he tried to pass me again, and that's when he hit me. So that's where the confusion is. Phil, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Toys. Oh, my goodness. That's, what scale are we working? We're working like 6 different scales on this one. I've got like 1/16 models.
Accident reconstructionist.
To accept.
Ayden, a professional accident reconstructionist. How did I do? Do I have a future? Insurance companies going to be calling soon?
I only hope that the district attorney that already doesn't like you is watching this segment with you playing with Fisher Price toys. And
these are Hot Wheels. This is not Fisher. Well, this one is Fisher Price. This one is Fisher Price.
Okay. I have a little bit of experience with hit and run. I once committed a hit and run on a Famous Dave's delivery vehicle. With the elaborate paint job.
You're live on the air, Ayden. I forgot to tell you. We're live on the air. Are you good with the statute of limitations?
Oh, believe me, I was charged. Okay, they can't double jeopardy, sir.
Okay.
So anyway, I may have been changing a song on an iPod Touch. That tells you how old this was. Okay, and so I may have, briefly looked up or looked down from the wheel when I was changing the song and bumped into the back of a Famous Dave's vehicle. Now I probably hit him at 3 or 4 miles an hour, right? So I just kind of put my hand up. Hey,
the barbecue,
the rib,
the ribs.
Yeah, yep.
Did you get
samples?
samples?
I put my hand up,
Yeah.
Well, I put my hand up to acknowledge, sorry I bumped you, no harm, no foul. We're on the busiest
You're
street.
like, yeah, you're number 1 in my book, that one?
Yeah, sort of. Okay. It was my fault, but hey, I just nudged him, okay? It was just a hey, move it along. It was one of those things where the green arrow, where the green arrow turns and everybody kind of moves ahead a little bit because they think the main light's changing. Okay, the main light wasn't changing. My bad. So I just kept going. Well, 2 days later, I get a police officer at the door saying, were you involved in a hit and run with a Famous Dave's van? So I was temporarily banned from Famous Dave's, and I had to pay for a whole new paint job on that van with the whole pig and everything on the side of it. Those paint jobs don't come cheap. So
which was worse, being banned or having to pay for the paint job?
Well, the paint job for sure, because that paint job was upwards of $4,000, you know.
For a pig?
They totally, yeah, well, they got the pig and the grill and the whole thing on the side. It's an elaborate little thing. And, yeah, so I had to pay for an entire new paint job on a Famous Dave's delivery van, catering van. So I don't know how the heck that ties into this. I just have some experience with hit and run. But I want to know is how in the heck wasn't the first witness charged with, you don't just get to wrestle a guy to the ground and steal his keys. You know, like, that's assault, brother. Okay?
Well,
like,
a rookie cop on the scene who quit after 8 months on the job, took the first statement from the victim and believed everything he said.
Yeah.
Because the way it's spelled out, it could have happened either way. I don't know. This is a tough one for the jury. I'd honestly say there's room for reasonable doubt here. Okay, both of them, I think I'm fully convinced, 100% convicted that that neither of these two should be driving. Okay, I'm good with that.
Wow.
But as to who is at fault,
it seems as if the man was wrestled, you know, and I can understand the guy, you know, you hit a person when they have their kid who's young enough to be in a car seat in a vehicle, they're going to come out storming mad, okay? And so who was the other bystander that helped him wrestle them to the ground and steal his keys? That seems awfully strange to me.
Was Batman.
Yeah, right. Like, was there a cape involved? I don't know.
No capes.
I don't know. It just seems like a whole convoluted story. Everybody turns into the world's greatest driver when they're under oath.
Oh yeah.
And
they're like, he's like, I was thinking it wasn't safe to use a cellular device at this point, so I was looking for a safe place to pull over. No, he wasn't. You had one finger up out the window, yelling something as you're floored it. That's what happens. Okay, we know how it happens, 100%. And then in court, it's like you think it differently, but
yeah, 100%. He probably had some hedges that expressed his feelings going on later. You know what I mean? But. Well, I got to get.
Thanks for sharing your experience on that. I know you've got to chop some wood. You've got to chop off some Bitcoin at some point.
Hey, $100,000 in the front mirror, man. $100,000. I'm getting my dance ready. All right.
What's the celebration? What's the celebration? Is it going to be a Mountain Dew?
I don't know if it's safe for this channel. All right.
Okay. We'll talk offline. Good talking to you, Ayden. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
Love you, man. Bye. All right. We have 50 minutes, 55 minutes roughly, and we'll be back with the verdict. I know I've started late, but my light here is flashing, this blue light. That means my hard drive is nearly full. So I need to stop this recording, which I will do right now. And we're going to take a very brief lunch and come back. I know it's late. It's like pre-dinner is what it is. But we're going to take a brief lunch and come back after this phone call from, I think, Mathis?
Call from?
Angela. Angela, how are you doing?
Well, you were a few hundred kilometers wrong.
The area code was right. Like the country code is the same. I see the same two numbers.
I will keep it short, Red Pen. I just called I want to say something along the line. Arca is looking for a new car constructionist, but
how did I do?
I couldn't. Yeah, and I think you will fit in right there. So that's the reason why I called. So yeah, Red Pen, I will keep it short. Sorry.
No, that's good. I will send over my resume, which is basically a video clip that Amber took of today's afternoon show. And hopefully I can get the job. And I do sound effects. Wee wee wee. I can do all of them. So.
Yeah, a perfect one.
Awesome, yes. Angela. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. All right, now we're going to go to lunch right now, and we'll be back here in a little bit with the closing. I don't think the jury's going to take long, but we're going to have closings, which will be about 10 minutes each. We're going to talk through probably about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes of deliberation time, and I think the jury will be back before dinner. So. I'm excited. I'm so glad to have the internet back. Thank you very much. It's working well. I'm glad, thanks to Metronet, who replaced the entire fiber line. 900 feet of it in less than 24 hours after it was hit by a semi. That's really cool. And they didn't even know about the problem until, I don't know, 8 hours into it, because it takes that long to get off hold music for them. It's a speech, not an argument. Yes, we're going to have a speech by the prosecutor, then a closing argument by the defense, and then on to jury instructions and deliberation. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in just a few minutes, about 40 minutes, and we're gonna have the closing out of Thurston, Washington. We never did get to Brian Koberger today. Might have to do that tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe this jury will deliberate for a while and we'll do it during deliberations. You guys have a good one. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.